Good evening, folks. This is your host, NCommander, and hopefully my mic is not clipping. I don't know. I've been pretty good in 2022, so maybe I actually managed to get this right on the first try. So, we've got the Ultra 10 out tonight. As you can see, we've got the screen capture. I actually moved the face cam to the fact that you're not getting a profile view. You can actually see me for once. So, it'll definitely be an interesting stream. So, I wasn't planning on playing with the Ultra 10 tonight. I was actually going to continue with the 486 curse shenanigans. And see, the reason this month has been a complete dumpster fire, just gonna say that flat out. So, oh my man, you've seen my ceiling before. You're just seeing it from a different angle, a whole new perspective. Look, the corner over there has the water damage. The corner behind me has the missing tile. So, you know, just saying. So, anyway, here's what happened. For those who caught the last stream, I installed Windows 98 First Edition from floppies on a 33 megahertz 486. There was indigestion. As it turns out, Windows 98 has race conditions when the user can click faster than the operating system expects it you to be. It was fascinating. I reinstalled the system between streams. I put second edition on it, and I installed it off NetWare because even I have my limits. I wanted to upgrade it to Millennium Edition. In fact, I got most of the way to upgrading it to Millennium Edition just to see if you could even do it. I didn't know if you could do it on a 486. Turns out you cannot do it on 32 megabytes of memory. It not only fails with an out-of-memory error, it took the hard drive with it. It trashed the file system. So, I ordered more parity RAM because apparently I just don't know the meaning of the words give up. So, when I can put 64 gigs of memory in that system, we should be able to do it. So, you know, that's kind of how it goes. So anyway, I brought the Ultra 10 out because I had an idea. It's a very bad idea. I just typed boot CD-ROM, and you'll see what this is going to start up in a moment. Assuming it works, I burnt this to a CDRW, but you might just see it says grub. And then we get the blood sun rising. And look, a Debian Linux installer. So, I'm gonna lower the volume on that just a little bit. So, this is something I've been debating doing for quite a while. I have been sorely tempted to port one of the large Linux distributions. Not Debian, because Debian's been ported to basically everything. But either Ubuntu, OpenSUSE, or one of the other ones. I am tempted to revive one of the ports. I'm actually tempted to do the Spark 64 one because you can get decent Spark hardware still. It's not all that bad. You can emulate it, and even my 1999, this one's from 2001, but this Sun 4U will run the most recent Linux. It will take its sweet time about it, but it will run. So I'm thinking what we're going to do. I don't want to do this right off the bat because there's some neat things on this system and I'm not quite ready to blow it away yet. I did do a backup of it, so what I'm thinking is if I'm still in the mood past midnight, which is I'm in Eastern Standard Time, so the red bar at the bottom, we'll consider doing it after midnight or if I run out of things to do. But, I mean, if we run through the steps, you can see it's... Let me see how far we actually get. Like, if we actually get to disk partitioning. Because I didn't actually test this, and that wouldn't surprise me if the Lance driver is actually broken. I haven't had a whole lot of time to test these things. Like, I put in the time for the 486, and I was really depressed that didn't work, because I really wanted to end 2022 with installing Millennium Edition. It just seemed fitting for how this year has gone. So, yeah. So, one of the big things is I I am seriously when I used to be an active Ubuntu developer, I used to jokingly say that if I get driven over the edge, I'm just going to bootstrap it for DEC Alpha or Motorola 680XO. And this was over 10 years ago at this point. And honestly, we were talking about this last night, and I found my name on a list of Debian Motorola 680XO build Ds from 2008. And like, I've been doing this a long time. So I am tempted to do it. I don't think we're going to do it tonight. This will be an ongoing project. This is going to be, if I do it, this will be a multi-week project. I might even run a Kickstarter because of how much work this is going to require, because to bootstrap, even just to do a one-off, I have to set up an entire build infrastructure. I have to set up the build D wanna build and like 30 or 40 other things. It is not a small or trivial process. It's not like just running emerge world and hey, look, you're done. So it's still 2022 in the United States. You know, it's still better than when I used to live in Alaska, and because in Alaska it's still 5 p.m. or God, I can't even imagine. I must have done it. Like, I had to have live streamed at least once when I was in Alaska, because I was still at the beginning or the tail end of my mixer period, but I can't imagine it was a good experience. Like, actually, it had to be a horrible one because GCI was just hard. Yep. So I just want to see if this is going to detect. We're not going to, once this detects hardware, I'll hit stop A and then we're going to boot into Solaris. Sitting on the desk next to me, I've got some interesting things. I've got a box copy of Solaris 8, and I've got a copy of Sun developer software. I don't know what version of Solaris it goes to, but I ordered basically a giant, let me get some light on me because this apartment's dark. Basically, I ordered a bunch of software that came through the secondary market. Basically, someone had bought a lot of something and then they let me take pics out of it, which is pretty common when you just do this as much as I do. So among other things, I got like a bunch of early NT stuff. I got a bunch of Solaris stuff. I have to go through and archive it all. So this should tell me, like, you should get to the partitioning step at some point. If I want to switch vTerminals, that's how you do it. I just want to do a ping. I don't actually want to try, because I don't want to accidentally put my IP address on screen. Alright, let's see here. Like, at some point, it should ask me for the Debian mirror and download the rest of the installer. So we're in Eastern. And I will note that the timekeeper on this system works. So we will be able to watch the countdown to 2023 on this system. Okay, so now is this doing the detection step? Yes. This is regular Debian. It's Debian Unstable Snapshot for Spark 64. So this is literally from like a month ago, running on 21-year-old Sun Station, or 22. Yeah, so Debian is a very lightweight distribution. Most people don't consider it as such, but it was very much built in the era of single core 486s and 68030s. I mean, that was the build hardware. Like, when Debian first had stable release, I want to say 96 or 97 was the first one with apt. It might have been a bit later than that, but, or I shouldn't say with apt, because apt was Debian 2. Debian 1 would have been Deepak Get. But even at that point, they still had a Macintosh port. They still had the Motorola 6800 port, because at that point, those machines were still usable. The depreciation value isn't what they are today. So that was a big part of where running Linux on vintage hardware came from. Even though at that point, Power Machines had already taken over. Yeah. Yep. So, I mean, this year has been a lot of ups and downs. December in particular has been, there's no other way to put it, an utter dumpster fire. I probably will put something in Discord just summarizing it. But long story short, I put a lot of work into something that just isn't going to happen. So we got all the way to disk partitioning, which is the point that I am happy with this, that this is probably going to work. Although the IDE drive in here is always a little bit question mark. So let me do a stop A and let's boot off the hard drive because there's a few things I want to check out tonight. For those who have not seen the video, this machine was in my Sun PCI video, which is a PC compatibility card. I believe I still actually have XP on it. I don't think I've actually used this machine since I finished up this video because this machine and I have something of, it's not so much we have a history, is this was the last project I did before I decided to put the channel up on hiatus. Obviously we had the POSIX video come out today and that came out really awesome. I mean, I've done the deselect one. I have a video on doing it. Yes. If you wish to donate to me directly, Coffee will not take a cut. They'll just take the payment fee. The link is in the description. This is the... Oh, yes. And this stream is monetized. It is the first monetized stream I have done since November. We hit our goal of... We hit our goal and then some for $5,000 for Trevor Project on the Christmas stream. So I decided, you know what, I'm just going to celebrate this last one for myself because it is a pretty important milestone to actually get here. I only got 4 main videos out this year. I got AIX out, I got Sun PCI out, I got Yggdrasil out, and then I had 2 edited live streams plus the POSIX one. So it's been a rough... It hasn't been a great year as far as video production goes. A lot of what I've come to realize is the value I bring to the table is I do a lot of research on topics that are complete unknowns. Like, I don't like putting it like this, but there wasn't that much of a vintage Unix preservation scene and 2 years ago, and now there is. So what I find is one of the best uses of my time is to document the aspects of the system that are important to history but are not easy to get by. Like the Sun PCI is a great example of this. Let's try and start it up. I have this distinct feeling it is going to be broken, but we can try. This is going to have energy. It's thinking about it. Oh, yep, there it goes. Sun PCI booting up. That is a real K6, AMD K6 2 at 400 megahertz running its memory test. And this is the one I hacked up to be able to run XP. It runs XP really badly, but, you know, let's let it run up. So the thing that I kind of want to check out tonight... Yep, XP Professional Edition. We might actually end up using this machine and the Sun PCI for something useful. Yep. It's... What it comes down to is... Sun systems were meant to be used. IBM systems were meant to be admired. Mostly because IBM really did not care about interactive use space. Like, they support CDE, but it is not something like anyone's actually using. You cannot install Linux directly on the Sun PCI. It doesn't emulate an IDE or SCSI interface. You need a proprietary driver. As it so happens, I have the driver for RHEL 3, like actual Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 3. So if I was to track down the necessary version of RHEL, I could install Linux on the Sun PCI, even though it was never supported on the first generation one. I mean, Dr. Og, I know it was used. It was not as commonly used. Like, I have two RS-6000s. The first one I had just Oracle on it. It was just an Oracle 7 in some sort of Forms application. The second RS-6000 I have, which is a Model 140, it had a lot of lab simulation stuff to petrol pipelining stuff. It was owned by the Houston Energy Commission, I believe, if the labels on it are to be believed, or some power company in Houston. So, I guess the machine that they were using to determine if things worked, I don't even know how it came to me. I found it at Vintage Computer Fest. It was just sitting there, stuck boot looping because one of the hard drives was dead. I removed the dead drive and then I imaged it. The driver is in binary form. The Ultra 10 is IDE. Yes, and I think this is broken. Oh, no, it's not broken. I know what's wrong with it. It's probably configured to use the external VGA adapter, because that's almost certainly how I was using it beforehand. Yeah, just exit now. So, if I want to use it... we might just end up reinstalling Windows tonight, because I wouldn't mind being able to use this thing. But there's a... yeah, so... we're not going to run XP. Let's switch the image out. Not that Windows 2000 is amazing on this hardware, but it's better than some of the other choices. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought it was going to do. Your C drive was created with the Sun PCI. You can't attach it. And it's going to complain about that. Right, because this was using all the hacked drivers, and that's going to be really... that's actually going to be really annoying to fix. Let's do it. Because I don't get this system out very often, and there's a reason I want the Sun PCI here. Let me see if I can remember. Let's see here. Sun PCI. Alright, so which file do I have to edit here? I think I have to edit devlink.tab because I have to switch the driver out. What I really have to do is I have to reinstall this system. Like, I need to put Solaris 8 on here. I put Solaris 9 on it, but... so, let's change the configuration out. Yeah, it's not hard. It is a physical AMD card. It's not software emulation. It's not a good experience, but it does get the job done. Let's see here. Oh, apparently Passme was smart enough to leave a copy of this file in the condition I need it. Do I still need this file? Probably no. Like, I've got a backup of the system the way it was before. So let me reboot, because I don't want to deal with modules on this card. And then I can use the Sun PCI package. Win16 does not run smoothly on this. The BIOS disk access is obnoxiously slow. It was specifically noted in the InfoWorld magazine that I read that, like, NT4 and 2000 worked the best. Sorry, NT4 and 98 worked the best, but it's not great. So, yeah, there were DAWs compatibility cards for the Performas and the Power Macintoshes. Those plugged into the PDS slot. Amiga had the, what was it called? The bridge board. There was quite a few other ones. Let me see which ones I can actually remember. I remember using Virtual PC myself on Power Macs, but the G3 was fast enough to actually do that. There was the Sun PC, which was a 486 that went on an S-Bus card. That one I'd like to track down and try, but it's not something I'm going to go out of my way to do either. I don't know if there was one for HP Unix. Like, I'm drawing a blank because I don't even think there was a copy of Soft PC. I know there was one for IREX. I think that was the SGI PC. It may have been even made by Insignia. So, yeah, oh yeah, well, I don't know where I would get a RISC PC. Those things are rare. I mean, the biggest thing is that I would need to do is... Okay, there we go. And now we've got fresh boot. The biggest thing with the Sun PC is the only machine I can put it in is my Spark Station. That Spark Station's a pain in the ass to run because it doesn't support... I don't have an internal drive mount, so I have to hook up an external every time I use it. It could be worse. Alright, so now we need to install some drivers. I've already patched these to work. Okay, so there we go. Alright, so let's... Oh man, this keyboard drive... Like... The Sun Type 5 keyboard is this rubber membrane mess. Okay, cool. Alright, so now we're on the version 1 driver. And we want this file. Alright. So, let's see if we can start Windows 2000. Hopefully this install works. There's a very good chance it's broken. Like, the Sun PCI video is probably one of the more miserable ones I have done on the channel. And it shouldn't have been a bad video. It should have been an easy, do this in a week, and great. Instead, it became this very painful slog that I just couldn't get. The video would not come together no matter what I would try. And I was very unhappy with the final product. I've rewatched it since, and I'm not as critical with it, but it was my dissatisfaction with the Sun PCI stuff combined with some pretty serious stuff in my personal life, which I will talk about on stream at some point. It's not going to be a tonight thing. Is why I put the channel into hiatus. It's why I decided I'm not going to do any more long-form videos for a while. So here's the Sun PCI. We have an AMD K6 3D capable processor. The Achilles heel of this system, such as it is it has got one of the worst graphics chips known to man. It is, well, you won't be able to see it right now because I've got the pass-through enabled. But it's got an SIS 960 chip. It's completely unaccelerated, and it lags. It lags badly. Yeah. It's not as bad if I plug the VGA directly into the Sun PCI. Like, I was able to actually, like, play Doom and even Quake, which surprised me. And you have full ad-lib compatibility. The sound chip on here is actually not bad. It's a ESS. Pretty generic, but one of the better ones. So, yeah. Wow, I don't even have Office installed, but, like, if I load up Pinball, you can see what I mean with the animations. I would be able to run Debian if I did NFS root, and that might be something I'll do as a later stream. I haven't decided what I'm going to do. Like, actually, this is playing better than I expected to do. Like, usually you get screen tearing, but I'm not doing a lot on the system at the moment, so maybe this will be okay. Yeah, I mean, it's usable. And the Sun PCI retail price was, as far as I can tell, about $500 to $600. So it was fairly cheap as compared to getting another, putting a Windows box on your system, especially if your workplace had a site license for Windows. But it basically was, it was basically intended to run Office. That really is what it boils down to. You could basically run any Forms app. You could run Developer. Like, it's actually not bad. Like, you have clipboard integration. So the reason why I'm interested in this is there's a very unique Apple product that most people don't know exists. And I've got it here. All right, so let me unzip this. This is MAE, and as soon as it finishes copying, you'll understand why I find this so interesting. Alright, so let's let that unzip. Hopefully this won't be... Okay, blockchain size 0. Oh, right, because it's one file. All right, so now we just extract. Yep, that's fine. I don't know if this is going to work. It's going to be interesting to try. So MAE stands for Macintosh Application Environment. So let me get Zcat or GCZcat. This should run on Solaris 9. Like, there's no reason why it shouldn't. Assuming I could type. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. That would explain it. GCcat, Solaris. Because I would like to do some videos on perhaps doing work with some of the early Motorola 680XO Macintosh development stuff. The problem is doing anything with old Macintosh is hard. I have a couple. Alright, so here we go. Let's get into the installer. This should be the demo. Like, this should have the Nagware screen, but this should work just fine. So welcome to the Macintosh Application Environment Installer. You know what? I should be root for this. Welcome to the Macintosh Application Environment Installer. The installer lists the Macintosh Application Environment software packages available for installation on this workstation. So, yeah, let's see here. I scanned the manual for a bit. I think we need the everything. So we're going to install the everything. And we'll let it install into /Apple. Alright, so I don't know if this has obviously been a modified install. It was available on apple.com, but I don't know if this is the one that was on apple.com. It did say it had kernel modules. It should be okay on Solaris 9. So here's what it says. Here's what it says is, if you want to run it, you must get a license file and save it, and you also need to run the license manager, and we need to do a reboot. Let's look at the report file. Is there anything unique here? I don't want to reboot just yet. I want to see what this actually installed. Yeah, so we end up with a bunch of stuff, which I am fairly certain got directly ported out of AUX. I am pretty sure this is the same exact thing they used to do Mac on AUX. Because, you know, I look here and I see things like about, MAE shortcuts, stickies. I think these are all like that just looks like a system folder to me. I mean, you have Finder, System, MAE Enabler. So I am curious. I don't know if we're going to be able to get this to work, but I do want to try it. So, all right. So, this was an official Apple product. The idea was that you could basically run Mac software on top of Sun or HP Unix and license it throughout your site, because one of the biggest problems in this era was a lack of productivity and Office applications. Like, you can't use Exchange very well with Solaris. So the Macintosh application environment was like Apple's attempt to get its foot into the Unix market, because originally they had AUX, which was Apple Unix, something I really want to do a stream on, but I gotta get the machine sorted to do that. Then they had this was the Macintosh application environment. It was supposed, and then what happened is they then licensed AIX from IBM. That went into the Apple network servers, and then they licensed Next Step from Next. That became Darwin and Mac OS 10. Yeah. There were some efforts to try and standardize the Macintosh toolbox. Like, Apple actually documented the toolbox quite well. I actually believe you could probably write a clean room implementation of the toolbox just from their docs. Like, inside Macintosh, which is the programming guide for the Motorola 680 XO Max, it's an incredibly thorough document, although obviously there's probably real-world implementation problems. Like, a book that big will have mistakes in it, and this is like a 4-volume manual that is on very thin paper. Yes, they bought Next. They didn't license Next. After Copeland failed, and I actually have hardware for Copeland that I want to try at some point, but I need more hardware to do it. Like, I have the right Power Mac model, but I have to have something that I can run the debugger on, because you have to have the debugger attached to run Copeland. So let's see if we can start MAE. Okay, right, so it's not going to we need a license file. Not entirely unexpected. Okay, so there is a license file folder here. So let's open that up. So I did like I said, I did look at this briefly. Yeah, so we end up with a license.dat file. So if I run this, where does it want its license file? Okay, so it wants its license file there. I will apologize, I'm a little out of it tonight, chat. I did not sleep well. I got up today to watch the premiere with everyone, because, you know, it's first video in ages. Meant to be able to go back to sleep, and I couldn't. Alright, so... Like, I'll be really annoyed if this doesn't work. Not end of the world annoyed, but let's... see. All right, I need to not. I just cannot be root at all. Let's see here. Feature has expired. Doesn't actually tell you when it expired. I would just set the clock back. Okay. I thought this was the freeware version of it. So, well, we can try and run the license server. If not, I'm going to have to go hunting for the actual... I shouldn't say freeware, but the demo one. So, okay, fine. So, user local... So export home. This feels like this is so much more difficulty than it needs to be, but okay. Local. So, okay, I guess maybe I have to just install it there. Like, if I do this. Like, if I check the... Oh, that's right. Okay, so this must be this is a patched version, because this is bypassing the time check. So... Okay, that's easy enough. Let me then just grab all the files we need. So we go opt Apple. And then opt Apple bin. I didn't realize that someone already, like, patched this. Okay, can't open X display. That's fine. Sure, there's a valid license file or license server. Okay. So I think I got fire. I think we have to start the license server now, but how do I do that? Like, this is one of the biggest problems with old Unix preservation. Okay. Alright, the license server is FlexLM. Okay, put this line in... That is a long license line, but let me see. I can't easily Oh, actually, no, there is a way I can copy and paste this in. I just need to do it. Let me just get to the point that it stops complaining about this. Because there is that license.dat file. Yeah, so that is actually a demo license file. Which actually tells me when it was valid. Like, I'm almost curious if I turn the clock back if that would actually work. Alright. Let me see if I can how easily I can get this on the system, because getting it on from the laptop is a little bit annoying. It's not 23, was it? 22 for Telnet? Nope. 21 is FTP. Why don't I remember what Telnet is? Because I have to use NC. No, 23 should be it. So 23. Because I can't easily... Yeah, my SSH on my laptop is 2. Oh, wait. You know, I know how I can get it over there. Hold on. I know how I can get it over License.dat. And then I could just use FTP. Oh, right. I don't have an FTP client on this laptop because... Oh, wait. Python M simple HTTP server. Hold on. We can use Internet Explorer. Assuming I have Python on this laptop, which I should, and yeah, I do. Hold on, what's the command for this? Python simple HTTP server. Why do I never remember this one-liner? Probably because it changed with Python 3. Like, I feel like... Yeah, because it's HTTP server now. Of course it is. Uh, 8080. Okay. Right, let's now open the correct web browser for this job. Let's see here. Bin. Did I break this? Like, is iExplorer not here anymore? I probably broke this. Oh, okay. Well, I remember the scene. Yeah, IE5 setup. SunOS 5. This is going well. So IE5 setup, SunOS. There. I mean, it's just, yeah, I like the fact that we're trying to get this working with Internet Explorer, just because I need a web browser, and this is like the least bad one. Oh man, this just feels unclean. What is the IP address of my laptop? Like, I don't. My IP is, what is it on? Okay, it's on 11. Okay. I probably could have just typed it and it would have been less pain. But it'd also be less fun. Okay. Alright, so let me Control Z that. Alright, there we go. We have a license key. Now the question is, how do I get this to work? So if we look at the license engine, it did install a license key. I feel like this must have done something at some point. Like, I'm curious at why I would need this key, because the shareware and the commercial versions were two different things. And if this is the actual problem where we can fake this by faking the time, I believe this will help with a lot of other software. So I do want to figure this out if we can. So make sure there's a valid directory in the Apple folder. Do we have like a Apple... we don't have an Apple dir here, so do we look at... If we look here... We probably just need to reinstall. Like, I will try that key. It's good to know regardless. Alright, so searching for software packages, that's fine. We want to run custom. And we want to install to user local Apple. Okay, let's reinstall. Yes, this is real hardware. This is a Spark. This is an Ultra Spark 440 megahertz. I'm mostly seeing how useful this will be for me going forward. Like, I've got a bunch of Macs. The problem is that VMac, because I have a Mac Plus, the biggest problem I run into is, hold on, let me trying to do multiple things becomes word salad very quickly. All right, so user Apple bin. Oh, and now, where did that extract to? Hold on. gzipcat. Export home. Okay, and then tar. Hey, there we go. Apple software license agreement. Yes, so accept. Oh, I don't know if chat heard that. That's a bit cursed. No, correction, that's a lot cursed. Chat. I'm a little scared, chat. And by a little, I mean a lot. Let me reboot like it wants me to reboot. Like, actually, I recognize this message. Creating system folder, please wait. And it's here now trying to do Ether talk, so I do need to actually reboot. So yeah, let's do an actual reboot. This is a Motorola 680 EXO emulator running on top of Spark, and as far as I can tell, it's a port of Mac X from AUX. But here's the thing. I have here in my hand a very nondescript CD case. And in it is a CD-ROM. Let me make sure you can see this. Alright. So let me take the CD out. It's probably going to be backwards, but what it says is Microsoft Visual C++ Cross Development Edition for Macintosh. This is a copy of Visual C++ that targets Macintosh. Yes, I believe I want to look at this once we're done rebooting. I'm mostly just seeing if we could even use it. Like, here's the other thing that I have, and we need to archive this. This is White Pine Software Exodus. It is an X11 server. for classic Macintosh. I believe it only works on PowerPC. The box is still sealed. But I'll read the back. Overview of products. White Pine software. X server software. White Pine Exodus software gives Windows and Macintosh users the power to seamlessly access a wealth of X Windows applications residing on a workgroup or enterprise host computers by combining the benefits of a high-powered, multi-user Unix computer with the user-friendliness and local processing capabilities of your desktop computer. Exodus clearly delivers unsurpassed X connectivity. This actually came up in chat last night. Is what would you use X under NT? And this is looking like it's it. I don't know if there's Windows software in here, although it looks like it is because it says Macintosh, Windows, and DOS on the box. I don't know if we're going to crack the shrink wrap on this tonight, but it does say 32-bit and 16-bit supported, and it lets you integrate it. So the really cursed part of this, now I'm going to show you the really cursed part. Okay. So, yes. So let me show you what the really cursed part of this becomes. Oh, it was it got upset. Why did it get upset? Probably because it probably can't touch the X folder. Where does it save that? Main volume. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna have to run this as root. Don't really want to do that, but okay. We're just learning tonight, so I'm not really that concerned. I already want to blow. That is something else every time it does that. Yes, so this is a standard X app. I could conceivably, you know what? I need more. We need better music for this. We could conceivably, using SSH forwarding, run something else. Like, I have the ability here. So you insert a floppy. Like, you will not be able to use Macintosh floppies. That is interesting. Like, can this legitimately use Mac floppies? I know why it can't. The Sun PCI requires me to take floppy supply off VOD. So that's an expected error. Like, obviously we have some conflicts, but check this out. We double click this. That's my home folder. Like, that's the Solaris home folder. We even have packet. That's actually, like, I can access NFS over this. Actually, hold on. If I make this window bigger. Oh, look at that. It actually resizes. Like, the toolbox environment is resizing. So this should be system, 7.5, and I think you can update it to 0.5. So what do we actually have on the system? Because here's our system folder. We don't have a lot. Actually, we have, like, basically nothing. So let's see if it can actually read this CD-ROM. So let's put the CD-ROM in. Yeah, oh, it's... Come on, let me put the CD-ROM in. So, no, this isn't related to Sheep Shaver or the like. I am fairly certain. Here, can I just eject? Can you please, like, eject? What? Why can't I eject the CD-ROM? It's... This is fine. I might just have to shut the system down so I can swap out the disk in there. But in theory, I should be able to use any Macintosh software here. Like, I've got... Wow, I actually have third-party stuff. Wow, I even have a copy of... well, that's actually useful. Stuff and Expander means I could just copy stuff file, sit file archives. I've got Fetch. Like, can I... Fetch was an FTP archive. What could we even access over FTP? IBM has an FTP. That still works. Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's working. So Mac TCP, maybe not. Let's see what it has to say. Network identity. I'm guessing there's some things that I have to do to make this work. Yeah, because there's my network, HME 0. They might need something relating to DNS. Oh, there's something you don't see every day. X-Client applications will be opened. Can I actually run a terminal window on this? Like, if I... Let me see here. If we open Chooser... I think it's having problems because it can't load its kernel driver. Because if we look here, it says that cannot open the file. Like I said, we should be able to do something with it, but it may not like Solaris 9. What year did this come out? Like, is there a copyright on this? So you're about this Macintosh. 97. So that means it would want Solaris. It would really want Solaris 7, but it probably supports 8. Anyway, I'm going to step away from the keyboard for a moment and think on this. So, yeah, we'll pick this up in a few minutes. I'll be right back. And I'm back. All right. Yeah. I don't know if it's the right kernel module or not. Let's take a little bit look around. Like, there is a set of PDF documents, but I don't think I have Adobe Acrobat on this system. Like, I'm near certain I don't. This is a pretty minimal install. I'm actually not happy with it. Like, I really want to just blow this system away and redo it. But like, we have internet config, but we're definitely not getting online. So why aren't we getting online? Like, unable to talk to this device. So does this device actually, oh, I don't know, exist? No, it does not. I'm trying to remember how you change the configuration. Like, I don't think this should be installed. All right, let's look at the installer script and see if we can figure out why it's not happy. All right. So MAE 4. And then let's open the Solaris folder. And then let's actually just open the README file. Release notes for Macintosh. Okay, so this has roadmap for all the other UAE documents. This webpage is actually quite fascinating if you look it up on the Internet Archive. Wow, this is ancient. MAE has been thoroughly tested on Sun Spark workstations running Solaris 2.5. 2.5. That would be my Spark station. That would be a much older generation. I mean, it's also talking about HP Unix version 9, so... All right, so yeah, I'm in Eastern Standard. Macintosh Garden's FTP server is down. Like, I'm surprised. Like, I looked for videos on MAE a while ago, and I couldn't find anything. There's like 1 or 2 videos on YouTube of it being used in a branded zone, but I'd like to actually get this to work. But I get this distinct feeling that I might have to do this on the Spark station. Let's just see here. That's okay. Here we go. All right, so verifying vendor patches in your workstation. So at least they have a text document that explains how you do this. So MAE is tested against all OS versions and patch levels as listed for below all environments, Solaris and HP Unix. Installing of other patches, blah, 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 blah. Here's what is actually supported. Wow, you're kidding me. It really only supports Solaris 2.4, 2.5, and 2.5.1. It really, like, I can't even run 2.5.1 on this machine. I could run it on the Ultra 1, because that's a SCSI system, but what is this? I mean, that does make sense. That does actually make a fair bit of sense. Obviously, apparently, the best Mac you can use is a Spark station at this point. How I'm doing the clock bars. The clock bars are just NIST.gov, and I just use transparency and cropping. Like, it's literally just a crop of their website. So I don't think this is going to be a late stream. Like, I don't know how much actual energy I've got. I've got this horrible sensation that I am going to have to install. I might have to do this with the next station, but I'd really like to do it with the Sun PCI. So let's see here. If you run as an ordinary user, it will not be possible to install the system level facilities such as the AppleTalk kernel modules. So it definitely installs a whole bunch of new drivers. It installs this ATalk driver. Let's see if that actually got installed. Yeah, it did. Oh. Shouldn't that be a 64-bit device? Okay, so hold on. So yeah, so all this is 32-bit big endian Spark. I would assume that we were using a 64-bit kernel. What is it? Platform? It's not platform. Is it RevInfo? I mean, it's a Sun 4U. I should be using a 64-bit. This may not support 64-bit properly. That's a little annoying. Well, even if I could run 251 on the Ultra 10... Oh, God, that's going to be a flipping pain. There's no way to slipstream patches... But, yeah, I could run 251 on this. The problem is I don't think I can run the Sun PCI in something that old. Maybe I can? I guess I could? Except there's no 32-bit driver. That's the problem. So I wouldn't be able to use the Macintosh application environment properly unless I can figure out a way around the AppleTalk problem. But let's keep looking here. You may experience problems when installing MAE on an AFS volume. I guess that's Apple file. That would be AppleTalk. You may experience problems unless when attempting cannot be installed on AFS. Like, this is add support for reading HFS and Macintosh file system volumes under Solaris. Like, that would be worth pulling out the Spark station to try it properly. Like, this is something the manual talks about. So one of the big things you can use with UAE is you can have a system folder that's shared for all users, and then each user can have their own specific Mac instance that they could start anywhere on the network. It's basically Macintosh, but it's a Spark system. Like, all the advantages of Unix with Apple X. I guess that, you know, you're right. That could be AFS as an Andrew file system. So let's see here. Must configure license management, top level directory. Like, the .mac folder I know is definitely an AUX thing. I just don't know if it shares anything else with AUX. But it would make a lot of sense because AUX is a port of System 5 Release 2 to Apple Motorola 680 XO hardware. It's not all that different than what AT&T was just selling for their Unix PC. So Solaris became System 5 release 3. No, Solaris was release 4. And I think HP Unix was release 3. Check and correct me on this one, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. So it's entirely possible. Like, I want to take a closer look at these binaries. Like, I just want to see what is going on here, because this is kind of fascinating. Let's see here. This is just talking about some various Apple stuff, like OpenDog, CyberDog web browsers. Don't think there's anything else still here. Like, yeah, so here's one of the things that talks about how you handle the home folder. Because essentially what this is, if we look back here, this Apple folder is directly existent. Like, you can see how it says 0 kilobytes on disk. This is in user local Apple system. And you can see the license file here. You can see the binaries here. If I click one of these, like, I don't know, Apple Ping. I don't know what that's doing. Probably something. Yep. Oh, PSR info. Okay, that's probably a good one to run. Yeah, so what we got... PSR info. Yeah, I mean it's a Spark v9. There's nothing super unique about it. I have this horrible feeling that I'm not gonna be able, if I want to show this running properly, I would probably have to run it on an older Spark station. Which is kind of a good thing, bad thing. I've had considerable issues with running Basilisk, Sheepshaver or Basilisk in the past in such a way that the network would work. If MAE works properly on my Spark Station 5, which I would have to go through and I'd actually have to reinstall Solaris. That would actually be a pretty decent Mac. Like, I could do actual Mac stuff on there without going completely insane. I've actually done Doom on Solaris before. It was on a live stream. I'm not going to pull the Spark Station out tonight, but let's continue doing some research. Let's actually... I'm going to actually kind of want to take some notes on this. Like, we should probably start a wiki page on this to figure out what exactly this needs. But the very cool thing about this is that this should run in Cume system Spark, because that emulates a Spark Station 5. It's, if you want to do heavy network stuff with a Macintosh, this is probably the best solution for it. I mean, I know you can run PowerPC in Cume these days, but if you need a 68K, I don't know how you do worse than this. But I want to still learn. So, like, we have things like atalk.exe here, which apparently is a Spark binary that is not... Okay, hold on. Let's learn. So this looks like it's some sort of kernel module or AppleTalk dev kit. Like, hold on. What are the? Let's see if we can load modules here. So Solaris, load kernel module. So it's mod info. Like, is this loaded at all? So here's Apple. Nope. All right. So it doesn't look like it's there. I don't think I can load a 32-bit module onto 64-bit. Grep local. Oh, that's a good idea. Grep local. TPI local transport driver. I don't think that. I think that's tape protocol interface. The biggest problem is that my Spark station lacks the internal rails. I need to figure out how to handle that. I could potentially run Qm on this. Like, there's no reason I couldn't. If I was really going to go down that path, I'd almost want to run TME. And I don't know, try and do some word's hard. And try and do some Sun Motorola 680 shenanigans. Like, I know I want to blow away the install here. I know that. And here's something, like I said, here's one of the other things that I got more recently. And maybe we'll do this tonight. I have a box copy of Solaris 8. And on top of that, oh, this is heavy. I have an Enterprise edition of the developer tools. So that might be a this week thing, depending on how long I keep the system on the bench. If I do any live, so the thing is that I want to mix up my live streams a little bit. I know this stream's a little all over the place. It's the New Year's stream. I'm just figuring out what is and is not going to work. I actually have a sealed copy of it. So let's see if we can load those drivers. Okay. So mod load. All right. So mod load. What was the... So I... ADSP... Okay, we need to be super user. No such file directory. Would be mod load... Yeah, like I said, I don't think it's going to work on this version of Solaris. I'm actually impressed it's working at all, but without working networking, obviously it's going to have problems. But this would be a very neat way to be able to do Macintosh cross-platform development, because the largest issue is the file exchange to and from Classic Mac. Once I have the Macintosh Programmers Workshop installed, it's not bad. Okay. No, it wouldn't work on... it would definitely... Oh, yeah, I did type that wrong, didn't I? It's not Mac... Just to make sure I didn't typo it. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, so I don't think that module is going to load. Still, I gotta say, it's really kind of cool to see this. Like, because now we can see all the big files here. Like, if we look here in shared... Oh, we can actually see the guidebook is here. Like... Can we actually... Can we actually load the guide for this? Like, if we click... Oh, yes, we do have an onboard guide. Provides on-screen help for your Macintosh environment. Topics list. This looks like just a rebrand of the basic... Let's see here. Yeah, this looks like just a rebrand of the basic Apple documentation. Okay, it's not as clever as I thought it was. We have the jigsaw puzzle. I remember playing with this a lot. Start new puzzle. Oh, right, it doesn't even snap. I forgot about that. Oh. Alright, let's just solve it for fun. Even though... Oh, yeah, it does... Okay, I guess it does snap. It's weird hearing Mac sounds come out of this machine. Alright. So we need... Oh, well, that's an easy one. You go there. You go there. Like, once you get the outlines out, it's not super bad. Yep. So these two pieces go together. Then we have this one. Okay. Oh, corner piece. Okay, there we go. Definitely progress. So yes, we are playing a Mac puzzle game on a on something that is definitely not a Mac. Although, like I said, this was a product of the clone era of Macintoshes. So it's definitely one of the more weirder pieces to come out. All right, like I probably will note this in the stream description. All right, so we got that. We got that, or almost got that. I don't think it does anything when you finish the puzzle, though. I think it just gives you a dialog box. Yeah, or well, you get a sound. So I do want to check out this cross-developers environment, and since we're here, might as well check it out. Like, this is me brainstorming for future projects. The biggest problem is I can't get the disk out, so I think we have to actually... I actually have to shut down so I can get the disk out at open firmware. Or, well, open boot. Software emulation be like that, but the thing is that the Ultra Spark was so much faster than the original. I would say not even just the Ultra Spark, just the Spark chip in general. It was such a leap forward. The problem is I need Vol-D to actually see it, so I can't really do the paperclip method. I would have to basically have the... It probably was locked by the Sun PCI card. Wow, I'm hearing that drive spin up. I actually have not used the CD-ROM drive on this all that much. Like, that CD-ROM drive is making noise. Yeah, it's sitting in the tray okay. Yeah, the fact of the matter is that software emulation is often decried as not being usable. I mean, that's one of the big things one of the big sticking points in the gaming preservation scene. Like, if you bring up the words main in a gaming preservation scene, you will get people glaring at you. Because a lot of folks feel that software emulation is just not acceptable. I don't think it's unfair to say that a lot of my work is original research into vintage computing. Like, that's just what I do. And one of the big things that I've been working on figuring out the channel is, can I do my research as live streams and then just edit the live stream? Because I really enjoyed doing the AIX video. I, to an extent, enjoyed doing the Sun PCI video, but it took me over a month to do the Sun PCI video. So, with that being that, and I'm going to light an incense stick. Where's the roll from? Because I think this is going to be a stream of me just kind of rambling. I didn't have much of a plan for this one. It's my own way of celebrating. It's my own way of celebrating the end of the year. Because I gotta tell you, this isn't... Alright, there we go. I always prefer doing my research on true hardware. Obviously, I do some of it on emulators. Like, the Unix research I did was all emulator-based. But... Yep, okay, cool. Now it sees this visual C++ disk, because I've never actually installed this. I found this on eBay a while ago, and it's just kind of been sitting in my parts pile. So I might as well install it and take a look, because this might be a very cool live stream in the future, but I have no idea what it expects or what it needs. Like, I want to get the SGI IRIX out. I want to get quite a few other systems out. Wow, it's already 10:30. That was quick. Like, that was remarkably quick. Okay, I guess we're doing lots and lots of stuff tonight. I also want to mix up the streaming content. Like, I want to do more streams where I'm just doing preservation stuff, which is basically me ripping a CD over and over again. I even want to do some gaming streams, because at the moment, I'm not going to be returning to full-length videos for at least another 3 months, if not more. I'm understanding why I felt the need to take a break, but I'm not sure that the reasons on why I had to take a break have passed as of yet. Right, and that's linear canon. You're completely correct about that. But there's a lot of things that I can do research-wise in an emulator. Like, when I was experimenting with... One of the backup streams that I was going to do is when it became clear that I couldn't do the Millennium Edition stream. I have wanted to experiment with running Windows 95 without a hard drive because it was technically supported on the OSR release, the original release of it, the RTM release. It was removed in later editions. I've heard it's hilariously broken, and I actually have physical hardware to do it, but it's token ring. So I would want to do as much research as possible to allow the CD-ROM to be accessed. The Sun PCI must be rebooted. Did I just I forgot about that. Yeah, it does some really cursed things with the CD-ROM drive. Yeah, and that's definitely a problem. Unix software was always DRM was very common on Unix software. Like, of the commodity, basically HP Unix and Solaris were the quote-unquote commodity Unixes. They were the most common. And a lot of the surviving software, like Real PC, Macintosh application environment, they're all tied to a license manager, and it sucks. It sucks so hard. I mean, I've done diskless Windows for workgroups. That one has a full-length video on it. But the 95 one, I want to see it do a full ripple boot. I've got the hardware to do it. My ThinkPad can actually ripple boot off Token Ring, but it's the only thing I have that can do it. And the problem is that most of the boot ROMs have been lost to time. So let's see if this... You can't see the drive, can you? Like, why can't you see the drive? I guess it's not that big of a deal. Like, it's not even mounted. Oh, yeah, it is. Actually, it is mounted. Vol dev disk. If I unmount it on this side, can I mount it under the CD-ROM? Like, I don't actually remember how I did this last time. I think I had to disable Vol D entirely. Like, you know what? Let me just do that. Right, it's EF. Alright. Alright, so attach CD-ROM. Does this... I don't think this path still exists, but we can check. What was the actual mount path? Which, of course, was on the other one. Let's see here. Vol... Right. Hold on. I think I broke it. I think I broke it. If I do Vol D... I hear the CD-ROM drive spinning up. But it fails to mount. I think it's /dev disk CO2, because these are this is SCSI termination addresses, and the IDE drive is connected for them. I think that would work. Character special device. Okay, so that's got. I mean, that means it needs the R disk. Do not have read position. Oh. Oh, right. I'm not running as root. That's the problem. It has to be root to run the physical hardware. Oh, yes. And here it is, the safe to turn off your PC screen from Windows 2000 because there is no ACPI support on this thing. It might be there if you... I don't know. If I have to upgrade the BIOS, but I really don't like doing that on vintage hardware. It does give me a warning about it, but it be what it be. Let's run this as root. And then attach CD-ROM. Okay, so it doesn't like that. Attach CD-ROM. Okay, well, it let me do that. Let's see if we can install these tools, because I'm just kind of curious. It's definitely one of the more interesting streams. Like, I definitely want to do something with Macintosh. In the very early days of my channel, it's not even on my channel, I did a guest live stream for my now defunct local hacking group, talking about the Lisa and such. So there's that. Is this frozen? I think this is frozen. I think I broke it. Yeah, I think I broke it. I don't know what I did, but I broke it. This is fine. This is fine. It's definitely not going the way I was thinking it was going. No, I already killed Vol D. I don't want to kill Vol D. That is horrible night to have a curse. Yeah, that's a pretty apt summary of this. This is it's a real apt summary of this. I will say that I spent the week between Christmas and today, I had to deal with Bank of America. I've been having an ongoing issue with getting my business bank account open so I can do more advanced stuff with the channel. And it's just been this ongoing nightmare that will not end. Like, I just realized we probably lost the background music at some point, so let me change the track. Yeah, that works. It's like... Yeah, that's definitely not the music I want. That is definitely not the music I want. Yeah, okay, that works. That works. Yep. It's called, it's the same name as the wiki. It's Restless Systems. Basically, I want to make sure that a lot of the stuff going forward, like, if I do a VCF event, I want to be able to have it insured, which is hard to do as a single person. If I end up doing a collaboration with another YouTuber, like a paid collaboration, which does happen, I want to be able to set up to be doing that, because maybe I'm jumping the gun on this one, but one of the big problems that I found, and when I was researching a lot of communities, is that a lot of YouTubers grow very fast. Like, they get over the initial hump, and then they have turbulent growth, sometimes all the way up to 1 million. But the growth is unsustainable because the infrastructure that you need to sustain a 1 million subscriber channel simply does not exist. So what I want to do is oh no, hold on. All right, let's do Sun PCI. That opens the window, and then attach the CD-ROM. I have no idea if that's going to work, but we'll try. I don't know anything about the modder. Obviously, I'm using a modern VGA one. The largest problem you'll have is if the hard drive is larger than 137 gigabytes, it won't work unless you do manual partitioning. Anything under that should just be plug and play. That being said, IDE on the Ultra 10 is notoriously slow. Like, if you can put a SCSI card in, you will save yourself a lot of grief. Yeah. And don't put it on the internet directly, which everyone else is already telling you in chat. Like, this is firewalled, and I still worry if it had an IPv6 address, I'd be worried if someone grabbed it. Okay, so that is doing that. Okay. Alright, so can we, it still doesn't let me do it. Okay, so can I just map it then? Like, this is a feature that is supported. I just don't know how well it's supported. So localhost, CD-ROM, MSVC 40B. And that did actually mount it. I can hear the drive spinning up. So, okay, so let's run setup. So, let's make this a bit bigger. Oh, yeah, I can't resize this. All right. That's fine. This feels cursed. Like, this feels like this should be a screenshot that I'm installing Visual C++ on a Sun PCI on an Ultra 10. It needs Visual C++ 4.0, doesn't it? And I can't easily get that on here. If the desktop was still running, if the desktop was running Linux and I had it in Linux earlier, I could have just copied the files over. That's kind of just kind of a screw you right there, isn't it? I have Visual C++ 6 on CDs. It's literally in the box next to me. That is a complete and total screw you. Yeah, I do. All right, let's fine. Let's take a deeper look at this thing, because you can already see it's increasingly cursed. But I mean, this gets immensely cursed. What drive letter did I put this on? Okay, I put this on I. So if I go here, where are those files? Because I know I think it's, yeah, it's in here. Because you can get access to the tool chain. There's the help compiler, which is not actually what we need. So if we go to here, check that out. Talk about Microsoft 32-bit C++ optimizing compiler, version 10 for 680XO. That is not something you see every day, complete with flags to generate for the 680203040. Oh, wow. Include MacBug symbol, extensions to read MPW files. And right up here you have name PDB files. Oh, look, you can turn on the Microsoft extensions. I don't think we could build Hello World. Oh. 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 And you know how I discovered that this product exists? It originally came up on discussion about the best compiler you can use for Palm OS devices, because Palm OS uses a Motorola 680 EXO processor. Chat, I really hope you're taking screenshots of this. I think I have to do this one as a dedicated stream, though. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. But let's just look at the other one. Oh, that's different. Microsoft 32-bit C, C++ optimizing compiler for Power Mac. This is how they made Office 98, which was the Macintosh version. But what is a... these three I recognized. A X01, 603, 604. But what the heck is 620? Like... This is cursed. I feel like I want to get this up and running at some point, but... Wow. Alright, let's see what else is on this CD. Because I have no documentation on how this works. From what I have seen, it's just a port of MFC. Ah, so here's the license. Yeah, so if we go here into the MFC folder, you can actually see, wow, that is cursed. A DLL file that doesn't appear to be recognized. 1995. And then you have a lib file, an application extension. I'm guessing one of these is probably for Power Mac, one of these is not. It's just a compiled version of MFC for Macintosh, though. Alright, so let's see what else we have here. So we have CRT folder. And we have the CRT runtime source. So yeah, so... well, we don't have the source, we just have the libraries. Like if I go to... Yeah, we just... Let me just turn on file extensions, because that would actually be useful. Where was that? Show file extensions. I think I really want to try this out, but I also want to try out MPW properly. I think I gotta get one of the Macs going, like maybe the Performa, although I don't think the Performa has Ethernet. That is gonna be a giant. Well, actually, the Performa might have Ethernet, but PDS cards are not that hard to come across. It's not actually a Performa, it's just a rebadged Power Mac 6100. That is a project. Like, that is just going to be an entire project in and of itself. Yeah, this is MFC, this was MFC for, actually, for NT on PowerPC, that one may happen very soon. My RS6000 Model 140 can actually start the NT PowerPC installer. The graphics card doesn't work. But the installer only seems to be able to support a generic S3 card. Like, it doesn't even need a specific prep one. So I just bought the necessary card off eBay, and I'll put it in the Model 140 and we'll try it. I do really want to do a deep dive into Macintosh development tools. Like, let's see what else we've got here. Let's just keep looking around here. Because we have an include folder. What? I'm scared. I'm actually scared. Is that what I think it is? That is, in fact, what I think it is. That is OLE for Macintosh. That is that is properly cursed. Like, that is... That's not a thing I expected to see in this file. MetroWorks, Think C. Yeah, So you know the worst part is in chat the other day, someone actually set up the OpenStep for Windows. Do you know how they ported OpenStep to Windows? They did it with Cygwin. Like, Apple ported NextStep to run on top of Cygwin. Yeah, that was my response, Alice Crawfield. Like, it's on my to-stream list, but I'm terrified. Like, I did the POSIX mode video, and then I didn't really think that someone was going to show up with an example of how people actually dealt with POSIX on top of Windows. But it also makes perfect sense, because Cygwin, they could modify as freely as they need to support mock messaging. Yeah, so they essentially modified Cygwin to emulate the mock kernel, and they ran NextStep on top of it. Like, the triplex is even NextStep Windows NT, i386 NextStep Windows NT, which is probably one of the most cursed triplexes I've ever seen. This has been an educational stream, if nothing else. Like, we're not actually getting all that much done. But this is a good way to end the year, especially with, like, a lot of reflection. Yep, so here's Windows.h. And then you get some really cursed defines in here, like... Like, these are here in the modern version, but, Windows NT, but it's on Motorola 680XO. Like, I actually, yeah, you know what? I kind of want to pull out the tools for this. Like, we can't do an in-depth dive tonight, unfortunately. But I want to take a bit of a closer look. Like I said, this is all just like a learning session. So there should be like shared, yeah, there are shared libraries. That's a lot of shared libraries. Like, that's a port of common controls. They actually ported common controls to Mac. They probably just did a minimal port of, like, basic Windows libraries. Like, let's just see here. Like, what's in the libc file? Current AR object. I have my doubts, but let's find out. Is it P? Oh, right, there is no AR. So it doesn't recognize that. What's in this? There's a lot of things in this. CPU, Motorola 68000, OS Mac, model flat. Leaving the implication of a not flat runtime. That is... That was not what I wanted. I apparently cannot type. Look at all this C++ mangling. Like, there's a C++ standard library. There's iStream, all the stream implementation, exceptions, close. Like, this is everything you need to run a C application on top of Mac OS. Because Mac OS did not ship with a standard C runtime. Yeah, this is Microsoft's classic Mac OS had no concept. It has no real concept of shared libraries. NT was probably never buildable for the Motorola 680 XO. What they probably did is they kept a small amount of compatibility code in place so they could port applications to Macintosh, because Microsoft was pretty dependent on Apple. Microsoft was being sued by the U.S. federal government as a monopoly. So the biggest problem that they ran into was that they basically put everyone else at business. Commodore was gone at this point. BOS was on life support. Atari had already exited the market. And that's basically it. Like, if Apple went under, it would have been very bad for Microsoft because they would have been an actual monopoly. And that could have opened them up to the Sherman Antitrust Act. As it was, they got hit pretty hard. They didn't break up Microsoft like the Department of Justice wanted. Microsoft ran out the clock. But that had consequences for Microsoft, regardless. Like, if that lawsuit had not happened, it would have been much, much different. This is really fascinating to look at. I gotta be honest. Like, I've wanted to look at this for quite a long time. I gotta find better ways to organize it. What I may end up doing, the biggest thing that I'm definitely... Linear Canyon, it has the code fragment manager, which I would not call shared libraries. Like, the closest thing that classic macOS has is TSRs. Like, Carbon Lib has to load in as an extension. Yeah. Like, the lawsuit definitely had an effect, even though Microsoft was not broken up as an entity. But we're only seeing that with the advantage of hindsight. I mean, we're looking at this 20 years past the point. There's some interesting files. You have MPW to lib, so I guess you could use official Macintosh stuff here. Yep. And there's definitely more here that it can or cannot use. Like, if you want to do vintage macOS development, this doesn't look like a bad way to do it. If I just had a copy... You know what? Let me make sure I don't have a copy of VS4. Let me just make sure, because I can't easily... I can't mount ISOs under this, and so there's no great way to do it, but I might actually have... Like, we could try installing Visual Studio 6. That's the discs right at the top. I don't think I have 4, though. Yeah, I don't have 4. Not on this pack. I think I only have the CD image of it from when... Like, I got some cool things in this package. Like, I have all platform builder, which I have to really go through, and I just have to archive this entire set, even though it's missing a bunch of the discs. Yep, I don't have it. The problem is I don't have a running Linux system. The desktop is running Windows because every time I've tried to do complex streams on Linux, it completely falls apart. Like, the last stream I did on Linux was part of what convinced me to just run it on Windows. I could have run this stream on Linux, but because I booted into Linux earlier to back up files, and the graphics card completely went bananas. So here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to stretch my legs for a few minutes. We have about an hour until midnight. I'm debating if I want what I want to do next, because apparently the everything I want to do is just not going to happen. But I can at least here. But I could do something like put a screensaver up. There were screensavers in this version, right? Yes, there were. Screensaver. Chat. I broke it. I broke it. I'll be back in a few minutes. I need a moment after that one. I just need a moment. I'll be back. We'll start this again at 11:05. Right. My goal for 23 is not to remember to unmute the mic. You didn't miss much. Basically, I decided that I want to make a list. I also want to make the lighting in my apartment better next time. You know, we've got less than an hour. I have less than an hour for the end of New Year's. So let's do a little brainstorming together. So things we want to do in 2023, things that went well, things that sucked. And I think what I'm going to do is this is going to be a living document. I'll probably even put it up on the wiki as sort of the, this is what I am doing and more for 23. Like, the people who watch my streams are my patrons. They're the ones that are keeping me and letting me keep doing this. They're the ones that support my Discord. They're the ones that help with the channel. So I think one of the big things is I want to look at... I want to research, if not outright do it, if not outright do porting modern Linux to an old architecture. And it's either going to be Spark 64, Deck Alpha. It's really only going to be these two. Itanium would be doable, but there's no way to emulate Itanium. And this is something that we could just throw a lot of hardware at, so it's not a bad thing. I think there'd be a lot of value in documenting this, because by and large, Debian is really the only Linux distribution that has an active ports community, and it's really become something of a lost art. Like, I would say, like, a brand new modern Linux distribution, like IE port Ubuntu 22.04 to the above. The big reason that I want to do this is, by and large, workstations don't get a lot of love. Like, when LGR does a video on, say, the AdLib Gold, a lot of things like the AdLib Gold emulation and stuff all got better as a result. Spark is fairly well preserved. Well, no, that's not actually true. Spark is passably preserved. Alpha is not particularly great. Spark 64 and even Deck Alpha are still in the mainline kernel. Itanium is out, but I would port an older Itanium, or an older distribution. The thing is that Spark 64 still has some commercial value. Fujitsu is still making Spark processors. I think they've committed until 27. I could do a MIPS port. There's headaches with doing it. The biggest thing is that to port modern Linux, I really want to be on a 64-bit architecture. 32-bit, I have to cut some corners that are kind of annoying to cut. Like, if I could get Spark 64 sorted out, the other ones would be easier. Like, because here's what we'd have to do is infrastructure... Like, build management server, archive server, builders, I mean, and then ideally package archive to use for easier porting. So, I mean, that's basically if I was to do a Linux port, let's take a straw poll. I'm going to take a straw poll on this one. I'm curious on what people are thinking. Like, this would probably be like 1 or 2 stream a week for months to actually do this. But it is doable. And I feel like there's a lot of research value to do this, because you can find people that do Linux from scratch. But I mean, a lot of people just use my VOD. Like, apparently I am the only one of the few people that actually explained what I was doing while building it, and not just copy pasting the manual. I would be see, the problem, the thing is that Spark 64 is simple. It's legitimately simple. If I was to do Alpine, which would probably be the smallest of the bunch, Alpine uses musl C, it doesn't use glibc, and that causes all sorts of wonderful compatibility problems that really shouldn't exist but do. It's why I don't use Alpine all that much. Yeah, that's kind of where I am. Like, I don't even think there's a workable RISC-V port for Debian yet. Maybe it's been made by now, but... And this is like the one of the things I've always wanted to do. Like, this is just a personal goal of mine. Like, I got started as a Debian developer. I was a DD I got it in 09, but I applied actually like in 07. I always wanted to do a bootstrap port. I did parts of the ARM one. Like, there's things that I'd have to cheat here. Like, I'd use Debian packages, but I really kind of want to do this one. I have to think about it. Like, I'm going to have to do a lot of research to even figure out if it can be done, like, as a one-person project. So, like, if I wanted to make Linux run on a 486, doing it under Alpine wouldn't be all that difficult. Porting Alpine to a completely new architecture, like, Ubuntu doesn't have a Spark 64 port, but Debian does, and those two are close enough that it's not that hard. So let me think about this. So let me look at some of the other streams I want to do. I do want to do something with classic Macintosh. Copeland, AUX, ECT. And I'm also going to see is also try and get MAE to work. Maybe on SparkStation. I don't know how I want to cover this one because Apple's development environment is utter garbage. Like, they redid it 5 or 6 times. Like, originally it was actually the Apple Lisa. Then it was they had Macintosh Programmer's Environment. No, that actually was not. There was one in between those two. I think it was called... it was just an assembler. Then they had Macintosh Programmers Workshop. Sorry, they had Apple's Programmers Workshop, then Macintosh Programmers Workshop, and really no one used them. Like everyone used either used Code Warrior or ThinkC. Yeah, see, that's kind of what my thought was. It would be possible to do an older Linux and just upgrade the GCC. Like, if I were to take, I don't know, Ubuntu 12.04 and then replace the toolchain with a more modern GCC, there's still value in that. But I don't know how many people would be wanting to run a modern Linux interactively. Although OpenBSD maintains a decent Ultra 64 port. I'm not certain. Like I said, Linux has become kind of commodity for me, so it's a thing. Let me put down some more ideas. Like, some of these are on a different document. I want to do Rogue and Rogomatic, if I can find it. Rogomatic was essentially the first TASBot, like literally the first TASBot. It was basically been an application to beat Rogue, and obviously I think most folks here have seen me run NetHack. I have never seen it documented with it running. I know copies of the source code exist, but we probably have to set up a VAX. Like, I'd probably have to get the VAX emulator out to do this one. I definitely want to do this. This one I'm going to have to dig pretty deep in the archives. Like, this would probably be getting out the glass terminal again and doing that. Actually, I want to edit those streams into a video. That I'm actually going to put that on my list. Document network Unix attempted resurrection. I'm going to need community help for this one because that's 35 hours of video that has to be sorted and accounted for. So I might ask people to help me with this one. VMS, I don't know what I'm going to do about VMS. Once I've got Restless Systems LLC properly incorporated, like it exists as a corporate entity, I just need to get the bank account fixed. I could send a business-to-business mail to VCI and ask for a commercial evaluation license. Like, that was one of the big things I wanted to do with incorporation, because both IBM, VSI, and even HP have specific developer programs for doing things with their end-of-life stuff. IBM has a mainframe program. VCI probably would just be able to issue me a license pack. HP used to have remote shell access to Itanium boxes. So now that I exist as a corporation, or well, as a company, I could potentially get access to that again. Yeah. Like, I literally would have to, now that I'm incorporated, now I can do it. That was one of the big reasons I wanted to do it. So I'm actually going to put that on the list. Contact how do I want to put this? Contact vendors like VSI or IBM to try and get development access. I do want to do a mainframe stream. I don't know when that one's going to happen. Um, yeah, the problem is that there was a problem with the paperwork. I have had words about this entire process. It should not have. This is not my first company. Soylent News was a company. I have my doubts that I'm actually going to have this bank account because I think Bank of America may have screwed me a second time. But there was a legitimate problem with how my company was incorporated. They forgot. They claim I didn't pay for it, but frankly, with the way the web question is asked, they forgot. I am not happy with the service I used to file this DBA in the state of New Jersey. So the IRS IN number for my company lists a DBA on it because I didn't want. I want to be able to use the name NCommander in the business, but I didn't want the name of the business. So I applied for a doing business as or alternate business name license, and it has just been this giant cluster. I should not have done it this way. Collaborations are an interesting thing, especially because I know some YouTubers do not. I would do a collaboration with. MJD talked with me pretty extensively when he did the portable stuff. If LGR was interested, sure. I mean, like, if anyone wants to do a collaboration, they're welcome to email me, but I don't know if I'd actually do one. Like, maybe 1 or 2 YouTubers, I would actually consider it. Because then I have to make my production schedule meet with another, and there are some YouTubers that I would have to cross-check their work and it might just be more complicated. So, Commander Sweeper, I live in New Jersey. That's why I'm incorporated here. Like, I literally just live in New Jersey. So, yeah, I just get the payment stuff from here. It's not really a vintage computer stream, but I do want to finish. Like, this is a personal goal. I want to finish my 2-year-old modded Minecraft Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttles world. For those who play Minecraft, you may have heard of Greg Tech New Horizons. DDSS is essentially a more light, slightly, I shouldn't say more, I should say it's a less painful pack. And I'm in the end game. I have the creative fluid tank, and I just finished Unbreaking the World. So I'd be semi-inclined to actually do, like, the occasional gaming stream on this. I also want to do a NetHack documentary. Like, I don't know how many of these I'm actually going to do this year. But I want to have a list of things that I can do so I don't have to constantly research these. Like, I could spend time figuring out Rogue and Rogue-O-Matic on a lazy weekend. And maybe we'll do that as a stream, and then that becomes a video. I mean, I could have incorporated in Delaware, but I know, I kind of did it to myself. Yeah. I don't know. It's, like, this is the way I want to see, like, some of the things that I know that didn't go super well. Like, I want to do a NetHack documentary, and that means getting an Ascension. Like, let me get some straw polls going, because I just want to see how folks think about some of this. Like, what are folks' thoughts on, like, documentary? Like, the Rogue one I really would like to see, because I've never seen Rogue-O-Matic documented. And that's one of the very early instances of AI stuff. Oh, actually, this just reminded me one I definitely want to do. This will be a January one. I want to do the Cray UniCOS stream. And that one is just going to be a real time because that's not my project. But it's such a nifty thing, I want to document it. Yeah, the NeoZ, the CD showed up. And it is possible to run UniCOS. Yep, okay. Alright. What I think I will end up doing... This might be the charity project for the summer. Like, I don't know if I want to do this one right off the bat. This porting modern Linux is going to be a massive project. But Rogomatic and some of these other ones, I feel like would be very, very solid. I want to document the network Unix stream. Like, there's also some things I need to do personally. Things I need to do soon. Community COC rules revamp. For those who are on Discord, you know what I'm doing here. Basically, we've gone to the point that the ad hoc set of rules that we've been using have reached the point of limitations. Live streams don't cause my channel to grow very big, but the videos do. And there's a risk that my Discord's growth has already been exponential. I really want to tighten this down first. So this is going to be like the first thing I do. Like, this very much might be like due January 1st. Because I might live stream tomorrow. I'm not certain. Actually, I do want to add this to the list. See, Docker containerization revamp stuff. What else do I have to do on this one? I had a lot I had to do here. My brain is... I have to fix the journals. It's just one of those things that I have to do it. It's not even giving me debug stuff. Soil News isn't directly related to my channel, but, you know, it was something I did that I want to resolve. Did I still have that wrong? Oh. Okay. And then I want to do... This is also going to be weird, so... I want to ask... I want to see what the chat feels like. How would you feel on the occasional... Like, there are some neat things, Like, I had this idea that I could try playing NetHack on various different machines. Like, I could hook up the K Pro and do it that way. Which sounds like a really bad idea, but it'd also be kind of funny. Yeah, I've already done the Itanium video. I wouldn't mind doing a more in-depth Itanium documentary. Like, I would like to get back to the point where I could get a video out per month. Like, if I could get even just 6 videos out in 23 that are high quality, I would be incredibly happy with that. Well, here's my personal sense about this is the art of vintage software development is almost entirely lost. Like, it's nearly gone. Like, I know 8-Bit Guy does some because he writes 8-Bit games. 8-Bit Show and Tell does a lot with the 8-Bit stuff, but that's exactly my point. It's all the 8-Bit era. I mean, who is doing anything with old Unix? I don't know if I'm going to make it to 100K this year. I don't want the channel to grow exponentially until I'm ready to deal with it, because the problem with growth is if you grow a channel too fast, it can very much have a negative effect. Like, I've been thinking about this for quite a while. Actually, I'm going to put a point here is determine specific YouTube goals. I will say that I think I want to get to 50K before the end of 2023. I will probably get that as long as I'm not completely inactive. Sarah, thank you for the one... oh, wait, that's not a donation. Thank you for the super chat with the super sticker of the rainbow. Londo Spark, we've done lots of IPX on this channel. We've done NetWare, Next Step Talking to NetWare. Like, I have a NetWare server on this network. I do think I want to pull out the indie. I haven't used it. Like, let me put this on the list. Like, I want to have a good idea of what I want to live stream. I almost think the Cray UniCOS cost stream is, like, calling to me on this list. Like, I don't know what we would do with it. Okay. Like, that might actually be the next stream. Like, I really want to do that one. That is something I want to address. I don't know how I'm going to do it. Actually, you know, this is a thing I really do need is, I need some sort of adapter server that can handle both IPX, NetWare, and more modern protocols. Maybe try and revive Ubuntu. Try and buy Ubuntu IPX support Although they may have taken it out of the kernel at this point. Like, that's pretty old. We got version 5 Unix from 1976 running on a stream. Like, that was a thing we actually do. So the big reason I want to document this one, Network Unix, is it actually talks a lot about including like the Network Unix project was a failure. I wasn't able to rebuild the source code as I intended it. But that's not the end of the world. The problem is I don't know how good the footage is. I do record my streams, but I don't always check them at the time. You can get a 720p version from YouTube, which sucks, but is better than nothing. If FreeBSD still supports IPX, that might be worth looking into. That being said, I wasn't really planning on doing anything modern. Like, I was seriously thinking about just putting Unixware with the official Novell client on it, and then I could run that in a VM. We've got 25 minutes until midnight on the East Coast. Like, I feel like I want to put this on a wiki page somewhere, and you know what? Maybe that's actually what I'll end up doing. So with YouTube, let me see what else I want to. I want at least, I would, if possible, stream weekly or bi-weekly. One preservation research stream. Let's see here. Split streams into the following. Preservation research ends life, i.e. gaming more. Preservation research. Just for fun, cursed computing. Because the one problem I'm running into as a personal thing is I don't want this to all be work. I live stream because I enjoy it. So, like, I still want to do the bread stream. Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is there's too much for one person to preserve. So, my objective... I'm going to actually write this down. The main objective for the channel in this year is to inspire other people to get involved with preservation efforts. My YouTube channel was never specifically about this. It actually was a bunch of random videos, which I have them all unlisted, but I'll probably put them back up this year. I then did Minecraft videos for about a month before I decided to do the vintage computing thing, because as it turns out, I'm good at vintage computing. Which clocks are out of sync? That may just be YouTube being YouTube. Because, you know, latency delay. Let me look at the calendar. January 2nd is a holiday for most of the world because New Year's falls on the 1st. And I think I want to take the 1st mostly off. So maybe we're going to do a non... I think the first stream of the new year... I haven't decided if I'm actually going to do that, because people do get kind of pissed when I don't do... when I'm off topic. But I don't want to burn out doing this, like... How do I put this? How many big name YouTubers do you know that were good for like 2 years and then it just became more and more of the same? It's not the way you succeed in this. I mean, Patrick Stewart didn't do Next Generation for his entire professional career. The problem with the hobbyist program is it doesn't allow any commercial use. I could, knock on wood, conceivably do it during a charity stream. I'm going to put a note about that. Charity streams. Probably 2x a year. One in summer, one in winter. I'm not planning on doing one in the near future. But one of the big things I experienced through December, and again, this is not something I'm going to go into this moment, but I had a portent of the Ghost of Christmas Future. What could happen if I don't handle growing my channel carefully? So it's why I want to sit here and plan it out, because I can't speak for someone like any other content creator on the platform, but I would love to see the ability of forming a not-for-profit library that is more than just me. Like, by and large, software preservation has been an ad hoc group of collectors. Actually, that just reminded me of one a stream I want to do. I don't know if we'll be able to do it, but I want to take a stab at Banyan Vines. I'll have to check the evaluation license. I know the hobbyist license does not allow any commercial use. Okay. We've got 15 minutes to midnight. I will say this has been productive, if not what I originally planned to do. What I think is after midnight, I think we're going to just install Debian Spark. We completely failed to do what I set out to do here. And actually, I'm going to add another stream here. More archiving preservation streams. Much more less announced, less planned streams. What I suspect is going to happen is you'll probably just start seeing a lot more irregular streams and then like one planned stream per week. I don't know if that's what's going to actually happen, but I suspect it. Like, because I can get my flatbed scanner out and we could scan the images out and get the discs all taken care of. Well, it's a classic Sun UI because this is a classic Sun. Like, this is literally, we are on a Spark station. Where did I put it? We should have NeoFetch on here. I don't have NeoFetch on here, but I can just do... That was probably not the command I wanted. I could just do a uname A. That's good enough. I'm using GCC. Although I quite literally have a box of... I literally have it in the box. I definitely want to put Solaris 8 on this box, though, and replace 9. And I guess I'm going to put Solaris 5 on the Spark Station. I really don't want to do that. Yeah, for folks who want to see the details of this system. And there is an attached video. I will actually just go get it, because at this point I should probably pin it. I will say that the POSIX video... Oh, actually, I want to do a note on that, because Sun PCI video... I actually do want to do some follow-ups to that POSIX video. Like, I think that's going to become a much longer video. So let me... I want to build off that. So let me add here. POSIX video follow-ups. Next on Windows NT use of Cygwin. And I also want to do services for Unix, if possible, on Itanium. I don't know what we would use services for Unix for. Like, that one I'm going to have to get creative about. Like, I have no idea what we would do with that. I guess we could do a cross Linux from scratch from SFU. God, that just sounds like a bad idea. Could be interesting, though. And Justin Straight, thank you for the $50 super chat. And if you folks want to support me directly, the coffee's in the description, as is the Patreon. And my thought here... No, there is a known Itanium SFU build. I believe it has been archived. Like, I saw it when I was looking for it. I feel like documenting the very strange relationship between Windows and Unix is worth doing. Like, SFU, and you know what, I actually, if we're going to go down this road, we should add OS2 subsystem. What I think we should probably, what we're going to end up doing is, I think I'm going to brainstorm here for quite a bit longer. Probably, midnight is in 12 minutes. I'm going to stretch my legs, and then I think we're just going to sit here and watch the clock. So I'll be back in a moment, and then I think we'll brainstorm for a little longer, and then I think I'm going to end the stream out. We're going to run Debian Spark 64 in here. And so the next time I use this system, we'll do a Solaris 8 installation stream. So we'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Alright, let's see what chat has. There was a presentation manager add-on for Windows NT. Like, I think doing a larger follow-up to this is not a bad idea, and what we could do is we could release that video a few months from now. What I need to do, let me put this on my list of things to research. Like, if I was to run a Kickstarter, would folks be interested in it? Because that would help me fund a lot of these, because I can do the research, I can do the script editing. It's the video editing that can be kind of rough, if I'm going to be blunt. But like, I almost want to put a specific dollar amount to reach on Patreon, but I don't know how higher I would go for that. I would say the Kickstarter would be, so Kickstarter to do larger video projects, because the AIX Doom video was like 3 months of work, but that was just me. A lot of that could be done with multiple people. Okay, because now that I have an LLC, doing a Kickstarter is a considerably more viable thing. What is the oldest operating system I could run supporting modern internet? Probably Windows 7, if you really tried. Beyond that point, you run into more and kind of annoying things. What I think we're going to do is, we're 7 minutes to midnight. I think I want to save this list. I'm going to throw it up on the wiki. I would not let it go the way of Linus Tech Tips. I would retain complete creative control. I would write the scripts. This would literally be people helping put the footage, doing the effects. Like, I'm not going to completely defer my channel. But if I could get to a point where I could do 1 to 3 8-hour live streams, and then I had 1 or 2 people that could turn those live streams into videos, that would be an incredible thing. But I don't know. Unfortunately, there's no real guide on, you now have a successful YouTube channel, now how do you do a large set of preservation? And like, YouTube is not a very stable source of income. I mean, by and large, my Patreon brings in more than YouTube does because, well, it's Patreon. It's people that are supporting me directly in the work that goes there. YouTube is directly dependent on the ad dollars, and I mean, I've gotten demonetized more than once. If there's some AdSense stuff that I'm not looking forward to that may or may not make things more complicated. So it's complicated is what it boils down to. 5 minutes to go until the end of New Year's. Chat, I want you to put out, like, where are the things here that you want to see the most? Like, I think I really do think January 2nd I want to do a DDSS stream. I don't even know how this would be most cursed or least cursed. But I might make this a Patreon poll. Because the way I kind of want to build my... The fact of the matter is you have to treat YouTube somewhat like a business. And what I want to do is I want to get to the point where people can basically fund me to research something. I am really tempted to go for the Rogomatic. Like, that could be a really interesting live stream. Like, I just have to get the glass terminal back out. I just have to find it. Like, I almost want to make that the first stream of the year. Yeah, that's the thing. So what I would want to do with Rogomatic is I would want to get it running on a period correct machine. I could probably get it running... You know, I could probably get it running on Next Step. Like, when did Rogomatic come out? Rogomatic is a bot developed in 1981 to play and win the game Rogue. And the source code for it is available. So what I would need is I need to find a copy of Rogomatic and a copy of Rogue, and then I'd have to let it play the game. And there's definitely several versions of it that could work. We would need probably the original 1981 Rogue. The problem is the original Rogue source code is not the easiest to find. Wow, I just discovered there's a version of Rogue for CPM. That's actually kind of neat. I didn't know that. Okay, so it is in the Rogue archive. So what we'd probably end up doing is I'd probably do... Oh. Because if I do it first on SimH and then I do it on a glass terminal, it'd be pretty accurate to what it was actually like. New Year's approaches. What happened to my browser source? "44 seconds. Oh, well, okay, that clock's wrong. Happy New Year! That is Happy New Year. What happened to my... What happened to my time and date? Like, what? Like, why did that choose to break right there at the end? Oh, well. We tried. The sun is still catching up. The sun is still about a minute in the past. We're not going to shut it down here yet. We're not going to shut this down just here yet. Okay. I want to see this clock. I want to see the clock. Well, actually, this clock's got about 5 minutes to go. Oh, someone's shooting off fireworks. So we are going to wait for official Sun time. Yes, it is a Happy New Year. I wish I had one of those, like, streamers. Here's how I think we're going to end this. Let's close this poll out. I think this is how we're going to kick off the new year. Let's see what chat has to say on the subject. Let's see here. How close are we? We've got another few more minutes to I should have synced the clock. I didn't even think to do it on this. Let me copy my notes file off here. Okay, so I just copied my notes file off this system. I probably do have our date, but I want to see the clock tick over, even though it's delayed. It feels good. It feels good, even though we are the sun is lagging. It's like a Minecraft world at 2 TPS. You know, I am feeling kind of optimistic, which is probably a bad sign, but sitting here at the end of 2022, and this has not been a great year, although I've had some personal major milestones in my life. Sitting here with 100 people, plotting out the things that I want to do. Like, this year sucked. I never planned to take this to be politically outspoken on this channel. And then the Dobbs thing happened, and you know, I hate that this is how we ended up. But I am happy with the choices I've made with the situation I had, if that makes sense. I think, on the whole, though, I feel like we're moving towards better. And better is always a very relative thing. Look, I live with chronic disability. I don't hide it. I don't bring it up often, but I don't hide it. What I do on YouTube is one of the very few things I can still do. It's hard with a sleep disorder because I can't even hold a regular schedule. The reason I never got partner at Beamer Mixer is they required a regular schedule at that time. So there's that. All right. 35 seconds. 37. 38. 39. 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 40, 50, 51, 54, 56, 57, 58. Happy New Year! 5 minutes late, but it is there. You actually got to see a Sun timekeeper roll over the year. I gotta be honest, that is nice. Alright, I think we're going to celebrate this by installing Debian Spark. Let me make sure I got my notes backed up. Yeah, I do. I got my notes backed up. All right. I just did the thing. And now we're going to do the other thing. I just want to see how well... I want to just see how well this works. Like, we'll do a stream putting Solaris back on here. But I just gotta know. Like, could we actually get into a desktop environment with this? Oh, wait, I don't have the disk in. Nope, I'm using Debian 11. We are using Spark 64. We are using a up-to-date version of this. Okay, let me put this disk away. Okay, and that takes care of that. All right, that's booting up. I don't want to do CDE on this machine. It would take literal days for that to compile. But I'm okay with erasing the hard drive. I really think Solaris 8 would be better on this machine. Although I really just need to replace the drive entirely. Like, I gotta put a non-IDE drive in, or a smaller IDE drive, probably a compact flash of some sort. Like, I have a CF to IDE adapter, but there's so much things kind of wonky on this box that yeah, I'm happy just nuke and pave it, especially because I prefer to have open look on this. Yep, this did say grub. Yep. You know, it's still a major improvement over Silo. Like, that's kind of going to be my take on this one. Alright. I mean, this should work just fine. I mean, how broken could it be? Okay. Alright, so now we're detecting hardware. Yeah, so fortunately installing Debian is going to be... I mean, yes, I know it's going to be completely broken, but you know what? I'm doing it for the clicks. I mean, we already had a video drop today. This is going to be this is a good day. Like, this is the way I want to start 23, with a lot of optimism and just... I don't want to use the term hope because it gets really passé, but a sense that better is actually possible. Yep. I mean, you know, 62% of you are awake, considering it got 100 votes, which, you know, is kind of impressive. Or 100 people concurrent. Like, the fact that I've got 150 and then 100 on New Year's is like, that is awesome. And I also hit my personal goal of streaming regularly all the way through the month. Like, I didn't think that was going to happen, and I did miss a stream, but let's see here, how many streams did we do? We did December 11th, 17th, 25th, and this one. So I did 4 streams. I missed the first week of the month because I had basic life stuff that really should not have been a problem, but, well, was a problem. I've actually done 35 streams on this channel, which is kind of impressive when I really get right down to it. So I think what I'm going to do is, on my list of things I'm going to do tomorrow, is I want to go through and sort out all the other live streams. Okay. Yeah, I hear the lights and sirens now, which is unfortunate. I mean, you know, Gudaheme, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. The fact of the matter is, if people don't believe better is possible, it will never become possible. One of the hardest parts to coming to terms with disability, and this is true in a lot of things, but this was my own personal struggle, something I don't deal with as much anymore as I do. I'm just gonna put Rubicon, because we're just gonna nuke the entire install. Like, there's nothing on here that I care that much about, and I backed up all the important files. But what it really came down to is you had to accept that better was possible. In my own personal case, I had trouble with that. So I fundamentally tried to do something that should have been impossible for someone with chronic illness. I decided to try and bike across the United States. I started in Jacksonville, and the endpoint was going to be San Diego, 3,300 miles later. I didn't finish. COVID got in the way. But I did make it across the state of Florida. I made it all. I was within 22 miles of the Alabama border westward when I threw in the towel. Alright. So this is going to detect hardware. Let's see here. I wonder how many... I do wonder what happened to the time, though. Let me see if I can figure out what happened to that. Like, that should be fine. Oh, well, I got the time back. Okay. So we'll be able to celebrate midnight in Central Time, I guess, and how many more hours this goes for. I don't think this is gonna be a very long stream, but we'll see. I mean, one of the big things I've been doing with the code of conduct stuff for the Discord is defining the damn Discord. And for anyone who's in my Discord, and the link is in the description, knows how difficult it is to actually define it. Because at this combination, it's basically a fun place to chat with people that just happens to have a large cursed computing room where weird builds of AIX show up, a lot of healing and understanding combined with radio stuff and political discussion. It's a very interesting place. All right, let's... Can this read the Sun label? Like, I'm curious about that. It actually can read the Sun disk label, but it doesn't... It can't deal with the large hard drive in here, which is kind of what I expected it to do. Let me do a... Just use the largest disk. I don't want to use LVM on this thing. And then we're just going to put all files in one partition. Yep. Uh-oh. Red alert. I don't think it's going to let me do this. You know what? I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to go for it. I am legitimately curious if that's going to boot. I have this horrible feeling it will not, but we'll try. Oh, I don't even have to hear the music here. I have it muted. This is probably going to end badly. I actually have a Surface RT. I should use it for something. I just don't know what it's going to be. I think one of the big things I'd want to do as a personal life goal is I want to be able to do more than vintage computing on this channel. I don't want to redo the channel. Like, this is a huge part of my life. But NCommander is who I am. That, like, I didn't decide to pick this handle and then do this. I've used the handle NCommander for at least 2.5 decades at this point. 2 decades for sure, 2.5 likely. Like, I put my bike touring stuff as Restless Yankee because it is so different from everything else. And that's... My original plan for being a YouTuber was I really wanted to cover travel. And I want to go back to that. But I don't know what form that's going to take. Like, I can't do just a series of travel vlogs uploaded to this channel. It wouldn't work. It's too different. But if I did a single edited video, it might. It's just, I don't know where the line gets drawn. The music I'm using is just the Streambeats library. Well, it's installing the base system, which is a good sign. I have this distinct feeling this is going to be a surprisingly simple and easy process. Maybe we'll even reinstall Solaris tonight then. Because as long as I reinstall Solaris, I can just let it run patches overnight, which will suck somewhat less. Let me get another one. Oh, you know, I gotta put buy new chair on my list of things to do. But so how did chat end up spending their New Year? You know, besides just watching me, how did people end up spending their holidays and other similar things? Like, did folks do stuff with family? Did you go out and do anything? I know for me personally, I did dinner but on Christmas, but I didn't do anything for New Year's. We are doing my New Year's thing right now. Yeah, if the base system installs, that's good enough, but I kind of just want to see what the base system is actually going to install. It's good hearing people having a good time with family. It's something that I have a very mixed feeling on, to say the least, because Christmas and the holidays, to some extent, are some things I just put up with. This year's been better. Last year wasn't. Like, the way this got started, doing the end of the year stream, is I don't think I did it on New Year's last year, although I may have. It was just dealing with being on my own for yet another year. Because at some point I realized that a lot of people just tune into the streams just to listen to me. Like, I've actually been surprised that there are a couple people in the community in my Discord. They don't care that much about the tech. They mostly just listen, which surprises me, but I guess that's how it works. Well, that's why I did the live stream. That's why I did the charity fundraiser, because when you live life of chronic disability, it is the knowledge that how do I put this? That you aren't going to have the things that society says you're going to have in any meaningful way in a lot of ways. You have what you bring, and that's about it. It's not been as bad for me as it has been for some people, but I won't pretend it's good. Debbie, yeah. I mean, I try and make it a bit for everyone. Like, the biggest thing is that if I make the channel all about tech, I will burn out. Because I don't do tech like that 24/7. I just don't. You know, it helps to talk about it. I mean, you know, it's like, how many holidays, for the folks in the Discord who had to spend the holidays just sitting there in silence, you know how bad it can be. You know, you just have to nod and shake your head and just count the hours until it's done. I used to celebrate on January 2nd. This is like the first year I've really felt like celebrating on New Year's proper, or even Christmas or the Yule season in general, in quite a long time. We're running Debian on an Ultra 10. I think this machine came out in '98, but mine's a later model. We did a bunch of stuff for the New Year's. Basically, I got a list of stuff I want to do. So, yeah. The pandemic was not that different for me compared to my normal, but I'm essentially a shut-in. Like, I just talk about my life because I don't know what else to talk about at times, and people tell me I live an interesting life. It's just the life I've lived. Yep. I mean, the Christmas, you know what, I'm going to look it up here because I don't remember what it peaked at. The Christmas live stream, we got up to 150 on the live stream with an average of 122. Which, you know, is not bad. It's not bad at all. It's holding at 97% likes because, you know, that's how it works. And the current POSIX standard video is at 6,000 views in less than 12 hours. It's my second best performing. Yeah, that video is going to do quite well as long as the algorithm picks it up. It's also the first time that I've streamed in a while and my view count is actually going positive. I became a firefighter because I've always had the desire to... I didn't have to become a firefighter. That was a choice I made. I was a volunteer firefighter, and I'm not going to have any... I was a grunt. I was no one special as a firefighter. But I always had this strong belief that some sort of service would be massively beneficial. Like, I always felt the need to try and make things better. It's just part of who I am. I couldn't explain it to you beyond that. I've tried framing it through matters of faith, matters of just ethical beliefs, but really it was something that I was compelled to do, and I can't really explain it beyond that. I actually wanted to join the military. The fire department was the compromise in the end. I went as far as talking with a recruiter about ROTC options to give you an idea of how close I came to going down that road. In hindsight, that would have been a disaster, but I will say that the experience that I got as a firefighter has been the single most valuable thing that I've got in my life. It has let me survive and manage situations that most people cannot, because going into a burning building means that you are accepting death as a fundamental outcome. Like, the term that we use is immediately hazardous to life and safety. Or what is it? Life and health. I think it's called IDIL is the acronym if you want to know the technical term. It's basically any environment where a gear malfunction will do you in. Scuba divers kind of deal with the same thing, except scuba equipment doesn't burst into flames. I actually did both at the same time. I was a volunteer firefighter when I applied to do work at Canonical. My manager at the time told me that that was the decider. I didn't have much experience on my resume. I wasn't even a college grad. I was a junior. I was a criminal justice junior, of all things. I was good with computers. Like, I've been doing this since I was little, but it was just something I did. It was like no greater purpose to it. And a lot of what I did at Canonical, Ubuntu had some very lofty goals when it was newer. Like, I don't know if there was truth into advertising in that. I like to think there was, but I don't know. And then it became something different. Not sure how much I can describe this. This is a very subjective thing, and I went through the belly of the beast on this one, so I don't know what else I can say here. Hey, Metsuis, is that a ham radio handle? Because I don't recognize SP as a prefix. Well, Lana Spark, a lot of people become firefighters. Like, you'd be surprised. When we had a working fire scene, we'd easily have 60 to 80 people for a regular one. If we had to call in mutual aid, you were talking hundreds. And I was in Rochester. I was on the outskirts of Rochester, New York. Like, there's a lot of people involved in first response, you know, because you have the three pillars. You have EMT and EMS. That's actually where I started before I moved over to fire. Then you have the fire department, and then you have law enforcement. And there are subcategories, but it's a very different world than how it's depicted in media, but it's also more relevant. I basically backed into the job at working on Ubuntu by accident, so I continued being a line firefighter as a volunteer. I wasn't super active, but, you know, I did it through that era. So, what are the words I'm looking for right now? .440 megahertz on this system. It shouldn't be super slow. It's just also not going to be super fast. I mean, this is going to be faster than the Windows 98 box that we, this is going to be faster than playing Windows 98 on the 486. Because that was slow. That was really slow. Actually, I am looking at my video list. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I only managed 5 videos in 2022, including the season end Was not my best year for videos, but we did a lot of live streams. Like, I'm looking at the live stream list. Yeah, we did 25 live streams, all of them 6 to 8 hours in depth. And this entire summer was a write-off, so, you know, I kind of would like to spend a lot of 23 figuring out how to grow out this channel sustainably. I'm not downing myself. I'm just being realistic of what I did, what I set out to do, and what I actually accomplished. My original plan going to 21 into 22 was to essentially have a repeat of 21, which was so far my best year in terms of number of videos I put out. But the videos themselves were not that engaging. I spent a lot of time figuring out why Space Cadet Pinball of all my videos went viral. I had actually expected the Internet Explorer for Unix video to go viral, and obviously that one didn't well, but a lot of things did better than I would expect it. Like, the video that I didn't expect to be a success, and the way that it was what does it take to port 16-bit Windows 1.0 applications? That was just an edited live stream, and that is my second best performing video on the channel. And that was actually a really important learning lesson. The topics that I cover in preservation are fairly niche. I don't think anyone can disagree with this. I deal with very esoteric topics, like everyone knows Windows, everyone knows DOS. But to understand the significance of, say, a Unix workstation, you have to understand the significance of Unix. And if you want to know what I mean by that, LGR actually has a very good video on the SGI Indigo 2, which I recommend watching because it would give you all the understanding of why this was an important machine, but it also doesn't tell you anything about how the machine is used because it runs IRIX. It has nothing in common with Windows or DOS. We're installing Debian on a 23-year-old Spark, Ultra Spark. I really would love to have some peanut butter fudge. That sounds amazing. No, that was part of the conclusion that Space Cadet Pinball was such a large niche. But I had only been expecting the video to get to 100,000 at best. I had not had a video... I had one of the Debian videos get past 100,000, but I wasn't expecting... I mean, that video is just short of 1 million views. I mean, that is a viral video in terms of the YouTube terms. And it was understanding why that video was so successful, because the videos that followed, I did the Yggdrasil video. There was a video that was supposed to happen that I cut. I did a project porting VNix to an 8088 machine. I'm still going to do a video on this one. I just have to actually, do it. And I got about halfway through the editing process, and I just hated it. The video was not accessible. It was not understandable. If you didn't know what Unix was, you could not watch that video and understand it. Which is not a good place to be when you're trying to be an aspiring content creator. AIX Doom was the breakpoint on that one. I decided I was going to run Doom on my R6000, and I was going to explain the full significance of that from start to finish. The end result was a 1 hour and 10-minute monster of a video. That thing was just an editing nightmare. That I still think is probably the highest quality work I have done on this channel. Like, There's a few minor odds and ends that I would change. But I took a lot of inspiration from Bobby Broccoli on that. Bobby Broccoli had just released his three-part series on Jan Hendrik Schoen. And I definitely took a lot of notes on how they did that. Yeah, I believe... yeah, this is a net install image. I don't even have a DVD drive. I do want to do a documentary on OS2. But to do OS2 justice is not going to be an easy thing. The largest problems with doing OS2 justice is you have to understand the broader context. And maybe this will be the 23 big video. Like, I want to set the OS2 story straight. It's not that my content is better than I think, Nerdy Gamer. It's making the content accessible to someone who is not me. Like, this is one of the largest problems with ham radio. It's impossible to get involved in it unless you have someone guiding you, or you memorize the entire book, because the material is completely inaccessible. Like, if you want to learn on how you do data transmissions on ham radio, which could be APRS, it could be FT8, there's no really good guide that goes through all of it, showing the full history and cognition. Like, I want to do an APRS video because it's exciting, but dealing with anything in ham radio is just pain. Yep. I definitely think I want to do OS2. I just don't know how I'm going to do OS2. Like, I have a good amount of footage I can use for it, but I think I would want to cover the development tools. So I would want to go into OS2 1.0. Probably do something in 1.1. And then do something with 1.2, 1.3. And then summarize the whole thing as an event. Maybe APRS has gotten better. Like, there's been more information coming up. When I got into the hobby, which was... I was still living in Rochester, so that would probably been 14, 15. It wasn't great. I think what I would want to do is I would want to cover the early history of MS-DOS, so version 1 to version 3.3. I'd probably want to do OS2 1.0. I'd have to do that one in an emulator, which sucks, but there's not a lot I can do about that. I have a Model 30. I don't have memory expansion boards for it. But, you know, it's the type of thing that I could probably get away with using an emulator. At least for the most of the footage. Like, for the points that I'm making, I could probably get away with it. Yeah. I just have to put an IDE drive in this thing. I just haven't done it. Okay. Yep, we are installing Debian. I could talk about early OS2. Like, I would want to do OS2 1.0 to 1.3. And then I'd probably do additional videos, but I feel like a 30-minute or hour-long documentary on OS2 would be the way to go. I'm actually going to put down the notes list. All right. I'm going to step AFK for a few minutes, so I'll be right back. Alright. Oh. Retrieving and installing eject. Alright. Did we lose the... Oh, no, we did not lose the background music. Like, I kind of... The OS2 thing is on my mind. It's either going to be that or porting Linux to another system, but I'm going to put both on the list. Because this is proving to be a pretty good brainstorming session. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start marking some of my streams as devlog, where I'm just going to do something and then just do it, because a lot of what makes things a little bit hard for me is I try and hold a certain level of quality to my streams. I do like to do a stream like this was probably about a day and a half of prep, even though it actually didn't work. And this was a last minute thing. Like if things had gone as planned, we've had a much more cursed New Year's. So I think what I want to do is I want to have more ad hoc streams, and I'm probably just going to put those like dev stream, and I might use a different banner for them. Like I would want to do dev streams, or maybe I should just call work streams, because work streams means I'm just going to be doing something, and then I would have my research streams, which I would do something like OS2, and then we'll basically just try and collect as many notes as we can. I think one of my big goals for Monday is I'm going to try and sort my media library, which that's a bit of a scary task. It shouldn't be too bad, but I gotta do it. The thing is that I could run the Spark Station, and I could run both the Spark Station and the Ultra 10 at the same time. Okay. Alright, we're not going to scan extra media. I just mostly need to go through and sort my live streams, figure out which ones I have the original VODs for and which ones I don't. Most of them I should. Apparently Germany, New Zealand, and South Korea. I guess Germany is the closest one to me. Uh-oh. Probably just have to type in Debian ports, because I don't think it's on the main mirror anymore. Let me... What is it? I don't remember what the address is. Packages. ftp.ports. Okay, yeah, it's ftp.ports. .debian.org. Okay. Don't scan additional, and we'll just have to type the mirror in manually. What? Okay, hold on. Let me switch to a different V terminal because obviously something here is not happy. Can you talk to the network? You can't talk to the network. I'm just gonna black the stream out for a moment. I'm gonna still be here. I just don't want to accidentally leak an IP address. You have an IP address. Do you not have a route? You do have a route. So why can't you talk to the, like... Well, that I know is incorrect. All right, so... Default. Yeah, I think we have a broken route. Let me just see here. Linux sets default route. So it would be route add default gateway. There we go. Not sure why that was broken, but... That's progress. Alright, so now it's going to be retrieving file. If we go to... There we go. Yep, it's downloading all those files. It's not going to be super fast, but it is going. I don't use DHCP on my home network. I don't know why it got a response. I probably have something for using net booting, and because it should have asked me for a stack IP. I mean, this isn't even SD Resolve D. It's not, System D is not used in the booted installer last time I checked. Oh, we're coming up 10 minutes until midnight in Central Time for the Texas crowd. I don't know if the Texas crowd is here tonight. Let's see here. I honestly don't know. Just for me personally, so I see what's going on in chat. I know almost nothing about entry methods. Okay. Like, I always wonder what it would be like if I could meet all the folks that show up as my regulars in real life. Like, it's not even as insane as it sounds because of how much I used to travel. Like, I've been to the mainland multiple times, mainland China multiple times, and I'd be so happy to visit again. Ooh. Yeah, Debian installer is quite a bit different from the rest of it, but I think we're just going to try and run XFCE. I think we're only going to stream like for 4 hours tonight. I just wish this month was less brutal. I definitely, I don't know when I'm going to do it. Maybe right before I'm 40. I still want to travel the full length of the Americas from Alaska all the way to Argentina. And that will be a Restless Yankee thing, but I want this channel to be very well sorted before we do that. Yep. Alright, so far so good. I do find it funny that of all my machines, it's only the Sun systems that I regularly run non-Sun operating systems on. Like I ran Next Step on the Spark station. Now we're running Linux on this. I don't think you could run AutoConf on a TOPS 20. That triplex probably only exists for cross-compiling. Although I could be wrong. You know what? We'll be in popularity context. We were running Solaris earlier. I wanted to kick off the year by running Linux. Even though I am going to put Solaris back on this box. This is just like a one-time kind of amusing thing. Okay, install the standard system packages. Not actually sure what it's going to take to install XFCE and a login manager, but we'll find out. Like, I'm just trying, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get X running. Like, that is going to be an interesting challenge. I generally don't drink, like, on rare occasions. Like, I'd have a mate, but I don't generally drink alcoholic stuff. Let's see here. We have successfully, I have managed to build modern CDE. Well, I shouldn't say I built it. One of my moderators and a regular who is unfortunately not here tonight, Europa, managed to build it. I had to help at some points because there are some byte ordering issues that had to be solved, but she got CDE running on OpenBSD. So there is that. I never tried to run DWM, but I've built a lot of really weird software because I helped build the main archive. Actually, I thought there was alcoholic blends of mate, because mate shows up here at Circle Hackers on Planet Earth conference, which is where I also experienced it at New York Resistor, which is a rather famous hackerspace in the area. So, all right. How are we doing here? So we are 4 minutes until Central Standard Time. Like, I am debating if today I want to do the Solaris 8 install or something else. CDE goes back to the late 90s, but its predecessor components, such as Motif, go back to the late 80s, early 90s. I might be misremembering. I thought there was an alcoholic version. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, I know someone I could ask who would know. Okay, 11 p.m. I would be tempted to go all the way until Pacific Standard Time. Like, if nothing else, we could just reinstall Solaris tonight. And have, like, a really solid end of the year, beginning of the year stream. Okay. So, alright, so now this is running grub install. Update grub. I have some thoughts on what I want to do next. Like, I'm having some pretty distinct thoughts on what the next steps are going to be for doing things. I will say that it is quite nice being able to have the camera here. It's much more crowded on my main desk if I do there. Alright, so setting usernames and passwords. Wine has an official Solaris port. I don't know if it's still used, but it definitely existed at one point. I've had OpenBSD on this machine. If you look at the Sun PCI video, it talks about this machine as I got it and its full history, which is the Ultra 10. So that shows it running OpenBSD, even doing light stuff. I could do NetBSD. Getting my video toaster going is going to be kind of a big deal. I'm not looking forward to that one. Oh, here we go. Ejecting install media. Oh, actually, give me the disk back. There we go. The lamp is off to the corner. It's out of the shot for this one. You're getting ceiling light instead of lamp light. Alright, that's rebooting. Let's see if it actually works. Alright, initializing memory. I think we can make it boot to an X desktop. I do like how the sun went red. Like, I saw it go out of memory and then it's like, okay. Alright, let's see if we can actually load a kernel. It's got to decompress the damn thing. No, I'm not giving up just yet because of how long this might take. Okay, now I'm starting to get a little worried. Nope, this is real hardware. I probably should put the camera where you can see the real hardware. I wanted to do a face cam for this one, but this is real hardware. Oh, look, we got to loading RAM disk. It's still going. We're still waiting for that RAM disk to load. No, it hasn't even booted yet. It's still loading the RAM disk. It's going to give us more boot messages here in a bit. It's a bit slow. See, this is where the boot messages would have been actually useful. Okay, now the frame buffer clears. Oh, Happy New Year, Chicago. And someone is blasting music just as I said that, so that's awesome. Hey, it actually booted. Cool. I don't even have sudo. Wow, this is a bit threadbare. You're probably not going to be able to talk to the internet, are you? No. Oh dear. Let me fix it. Frig. How do I set a default? P route default. Route show. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. Invalid prefix length. Damn it. Alright, I don't have any IPv6 addresses here, so I'm not that worried about it. Invalid prefix for given length. Invalid prefix for given length. What does it think that this network is on? Oh, hold on. You need to be 00 via... route. Next hop has invalid. Next hop has a valid gateway. But that is valid. Hold on, let me see what chat says. I don't have DHCP. That's the thing. So hold on. So here is that route. Now I just need the local route. There we go. I gotta just fix this more properly next time, but this is good enough for now. That is good enough for now. Okay, cool. Now we can just download packages, and now we can try and start X. I have no idea if we will be able to start X on this thing. I have never tried. But it is running Linux. And that's... I think I'm going to see here... with Sun PCI. Sun PCI. Yeah, I was going to leave the stream as is, because this really just has been random experiments. And, you know, that's a pretty good topic or name for this. We'll probably try to start X, but I still have to actually, you know, install it. Yeah, it is actually an OpenWart router. It is an OpenWart router, which is not a good one. I really have to replace it with something that's considerably less shit. It's a fairly large capital. It's not that it's a large capital cost. It's just going to be annoying, and I really don't want to do it. I can't do font bigger on the console. Or actually, hold on. Yeah, there are ways to do it. It's just kind of... Deepak reconfigure console setup. Oh, that doesn't help. How am I missing that many... Do I have setup con? Okay, hold on. Task cell. Like, do we have other packages here that you can actually use, or are you, like, completely broken? Because I feel like I'm missing a lot of Debian that should actually be here. Yeah, like, where the heck is the rest of the install? Let's see if task cell, like, does anything. It's just kind of sitting there, looking at me. Menacing. Ah, there we go. Okay, so what do we want to try and run here? XFCE would probably run. I feel like there should be more packages than this, but okay. I don't think we could do plasma on something this slow. Alright, it's thinking about it. I think I'll probably... Wow, retrieving file 1139. Oh, joy. This should be an ATI... It's an ATI rage of some sort. It's not... It's pathetic, but it's not super pathetic. So, okay, I guess at this point, we wait. You know what? I know what we can do while we wait. Assuming I can type. Okay, so maybe we're gonna have to wait for this to actually install. Is there any way I can open a shell? Like, I was wondering if there's some way I can run NetHack on this. What are you downloading? Okay, so you are actually trying to download something. Yeah, so you are actually trying to download something. So if I look at... If we look at apps... Password... Is it actually trying to download something, or is it just having conniptions? I think it's trying to do dependency resolution. Like, I think it's thinking very hard about this. It's actually not a bad idea. Well, at least I have Nano, which helps. And it even detected the floppy drive, which also helps. Do I have H-top? Do I have top? I do have top. So where's all my... What is all the processing power going to? Like, is it just stuck? Here's what I'm going to do. It's probably a really bad idea. Well, no, it is actually trying to download something. So hold on, but what is it trying to download? Like, this lack of progress does not help. Let me do kill 9 805, which should, yeah, okay, that does kill that. So let's do apt install task lxcd desktop task desktop. Reading package list, building dependency list. So now the dependency solver is running. That's a lot of packages. Okay, and there it goes. Not gonna be super fast, but it's going. This might take a while. Yeah, I feel like elevator music is a pretty apt summary. Oh god, apt summary. We should have more than enough disk space. It's patience. How much disk space? It has to get half a gigabyte of archives over the internet. Oh my, this might take much longer than I expected. I don't know how we're going to do NetHack. It will need GCC to compile kernel modules. I mean, this is going to take hours. Like, this is literally going to take hours. I'm debating if I really want to sit here for this. Like, I'm a little scared. I'm inclined to just live tweet it as it goes. Let me figure out, is there a way I can do a NetHack stream easily? Like, not really. I could load it up on another V terminal, but I can't make it big. I mean, it'll be fine. It's just going to take a long time. Like, this is 100 megabit down, and it has to download 4 gigabytes. Well, it has to download half a gigabyte, but that's just going to take half an hour by itself, and then all the installation time. It's not a matter of telnetting to a different machine. It's a matter of terminal size. I think I'm debating if I just want to end it here because I'm actually pretty tired. Yeah, no, this is 132 by 50. Okay, let me do this a different way. Let me put start poll. End here and restart tomorrow with packages. Because you know what we could do is we could let this run overnight, such that it is. Tomorrow we will explore it, and then I'll put it back to running Solaris. I'm just kind of fried right now, so I'm just debating how much people really want to do it. Like, I could stay up, but this is not good, healthy habits. And I'd rather do shorter streams that don't leave me dead the following day. This is a lot of self-discovering. No, I think we should try and run XFCE. I kind of just want to do it for the shits and giggles factor, if nothing else. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Is tomorrow we will pick this up tomorrow. So, we're at 4.5 hours right now. Let me think about this. I think reinstalling tomorrow to use Solaris would probably be a pretty smart move. We'll check out the the XFCE stuff. We'll do the we'll install maybe not tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I will do the Minecraft stream as I planned, but I kind of just want to check it out for the sake of checking it out. I don't think you can dual boot Solaris and Linux. I'd have to put it on a separate hard drive. Like, I don't think I could do either. Let's see here. Like, I don't need to put Solaris back on the system anytime soon, but soon. Yeah, we did pretty good. We're doing 78 watchers. We're down, but we're definitely at the end of this stream because I'm basically beat. Yeah, so I think at this point, I'll leave it open for the next few minutes and, like, let's get up to package 100 and then I will shut it down. I'm going to eat something. I don't have a lot of food in my apartment. And then we'll pick it up either tomorrow or on the 2nd. So, 87. $88. $90. Yeah, let's get it to package 100, and then we'll call it good, or something. It has been a day. It's been a pretty serious, pretty interesting day. I'm assuming it's checking cache. I don't know. I mean, we did Control-C it pretty far in. But it's also not here. So I don't know where it's putting these packages. Or it's assuming that it's not installable? Like, I don't get it. Maybe var spool. I'll check. No, not var spool. Do I have OSFL? No, I do not. I mean, it's running user lib app methods HTTP. I just don't understand what it's doing. Here. So apparently ing means that app tried to download something, but it didn't find it, but it can ignore it. Let me see if I don't. Apparently, it's just not seeing it as a valid install package. Let me Control-C this. Hold on. Let me just try installing a very simple package. See if it can install anything. Maybe there's something more fundamentally broken here. Can it not talk to... I think I have to fix the network config. I think that's what broke it. You know what? This still uses this still uses network interfaces, doesn't it? Okay. Static address net mask gateway okay. I don't even have IF down, IF up. Is it running? You know what? Let me kill the DHCP client. You know, this is like one of those things about what Linux has become that pisses me off. There is no reason to fuck with this file in the way that systemd does to this level of breakage. There's name server. Temporary failure and resolution. Why is it being like this? Okay, hold on. Chat's probably yelling at me. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at chat right now. Let's see what chat has to say. Okay. All right, let's see. Those ignores should have been a tip, but I'm not used to it timing out like that. Well, that time it got a get. Does it actually install something? Okay, that works. The problem is that System D was the worst possible solution. Upstart did so many better. One of these days I will get that rant out of my system, but it's not going to be a tonight thing. All right, let's see here. Oh, look, it's actually... Wow, that's downloading quite fast. Like, that's... It's going to be downloaded in 5 minutes. I don't know how much I want to stay up for the install part of this, but that's nice. That's quite nice. It still has to download a lot of packages. All right, so I'm going to let this run. I think this is a great place to end it off right now. It is 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. I am half asleep. So this has been your host, NCommander. I'm wishing you all a happy 2023. We'll pick this up either tomorrow or on the 2nd, and then take it from there. Until next time, catch you all later. Bye-bye.